Studio check 1 2 1 2.
Is Beano Nation in the building? Put those emojis in the chat.
That's my gang.
Yeah.
Woke up still grinding, dreams don't drift away. Blueprints on the table, paint the path my way. Stacks on my desk, starting out the day. Ideas lifting off, I'm the engine in play. Caffeine in my bloodstream, rhythm in my chest. I move with intention, never settling for less. Life is a chessboard, I'm 3 steps ahead. While they fade in dreams, I'm making that bread. Overload, but I still ride slow. Pressure on me, but it helped me grow. Overload, feel it head to toe. Still I hold the line when the storms all blow. Overload, but my heart won't break. Turning all the weight in the moves I make. Overload, yeah, the climb I take. Building up a world only real ones make. They talk 9 to 5, but I'm breathing the grind. Turning losses into lessons, polishing the mind. Phone buzzing, daily opportunity speaks. While they chase distraction, I'm reaching my peaks. Call me Alice, world weight on my spine. Every scar earned, made the blueprint refine. While they binge on noise, I'm ready for the climb. Turn a single spark to a fire divine. Numbers in my sight, dreams in my hands. Building every day with deliberate plans. I'm the pulse of the hustle, the strength in the night. Turning every shadow into sun with light. Overload, but I still ride slow. Pressure on me, but it helped me grow. Overload, feel it head to toe. Still I hold the line when the storms all blow. Overload, but my heart won't break. Turning all the weight in the moves I make. Overload, yeah, the climb I take. Building up a world only real ones make. Weight on my shoulders, but I walk with grace. Turning every try to a milestone place. Late night stack, but it sharpened my aim. Every sacrifice fuels a fire in my veins. Overload, but I shine through rain. Turning all the pressure into gold from pain. Overload, but I still remain. Standing on the grind that became my lane. Overload, man, I won't let go. Every setback just another push to grow. Overload, watch the empire glow. I was built for the heights, now I rise, now I know. Overload, but I move with soul. Holding every dream like it's made of gold. Overload, but the truth I hold. I was built for the climb, now I rise and unfold.
If we agree with you, then we're black. We love black people. If we find ourselves in opposition to what you say, all of a sudden we hate ourselves and we hate black people. Who died and left you that kind of authority with your opinion? Who? Tell me.
Let them talk, baby. They don't know what we got. I see them running in the streets, chasing after crowns, trying to be the loudest voice in every single town. They say I'm moving backward cause I like to serve my king, but they don't know the peace and the power that you bring. I'll keep your plate hot, I'll keep the house still. I love to be the soft place where you can heal. They call it slavery, I call it devotion. While they drowning in a sea of mixed emotion. If loving you right makes me a pygmy, then baby pick me. I'm exactly where I wanna be. I don't want the headache, I don't want the fight. I just wanna be the one holding you at night. I follow your lead, I let you take control. You got the vision, baby, you got my soul. Call me a pygmy, call me a fool, but I'm the one winning while I'm lying next to you. They brag about being boss, they brag about the grind, but look inside their eyes, tell me what you find. Microwave dinners and a pillow full of tears, trading a family for a couple lonely years. I respect your frame, I respect your mind. Yeah. A masculine love is so hard to find. I ain't competing, I ain't keeping score. You handle the world, I handle the door to your peace. Let the new age girls argue on the net. Let them argue. They haven't found a man that they can trust yet. I'm catering to you, body and soul, playing my position, playing my role. You protect, you provide, I submit, I reside in your kingdom. You got the vision, baby, you got my soul. Oh, call me a pygmy, call me a fool, but I'm waking up happy, lying next to you. Let them stay mad, we'll stay in love. I'm your pygmy forever.
No, chill for what? Who is this nigga?
You said the mask don't fit me, but it's glued to my name. Every headline paints me wicked, 'cause I won't think the same. You see trouble when I walk in, like I set this place on fire. But I just talk like my granddaddy, and it cuts through all your choir. You want me to be the villain, so I'll be there, I'll be there. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the storm that's fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain, that's a fact. You wrote the script, I'm just living, so I'll be there, I'll be there. You get nervous when I'm smiling, 'cause you know it's not for show. I won't bow to your approval, I'm too grown to play that role. You throw labels like they shackles, try to change what I believe, but your story got a plot hole when I'm the one that's free. You want me to be the villain, so I'll be that, I'll be that. Not a shadow that you're killing, I'm the storm that's fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain, that's a fact. You wrote the script, I'm just living, so I'll be that, I'll be that. Call me heartless, call me crazy, call me every name you know. All that talk just turns to power, watch my true colors glow. You want me to be the villain, so killing, I'm the storm. Fighting back. I'm not a villain, I'm a super villain. That's a fact. You drew the line, I crossed it grinning, so I'll be that. I'll be that.
If they push me to a certain point, I'll mess up in front of everybody.
Yeah,
I have the capability to just go there because it's just the way I'm brought up. Like, I never, ever, I never ran from anything because I didn't have nobody to go to. I've always had that, where I'm going. Home to get me. Ain't nobody there.
I'm from a place where the guns go blast. Smart moving silence, the loud don't last. The bar match the bite and the blood run cold. Where the soldiers wear scars and the cowards get sold. Friday night getting tight, got that Henny in my cup. Fresh fit, new kicks, pounded gas, rolled it up. Same pistol, same block, new whip, different place. Keep that fire on my lap in case the sucker show his face. Pay the price, yeah, I had to get right. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the life, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light. Pay the price, yeah, I had to get right. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the life, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light. Oh, we grind hard just to stack it up slow. Blacked out, tinted coupe, chrome wheels low, pro, eyes low, heart cold, but my brain stay up. Never weak when it's beef, the shit stay stuck. Uncles in the grave, cousins stuck in the trap. Was kids in the whip, now we grown with the strap. I ain't tripping, I'm just talking, reminiscing and shit. You can smell it in the air for the drama get lit. Used to be the kids in the backseat, dodging all the rain. Now I'm in the front, trying not to show the pain. Wonder if my uncles would be proud of what I made, or if they tell me watch your back, they sharpening the blade. It's a cold world, but I got my hoodie on. Hard to trust a soul when you're building on your own. Yeah, I had to get right. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the life, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light. Pay the price, still pain. Yeah. Moving through the mud, now the vision looking bright. If you really from the life, then you know about the life. Seeing ghosts in the dark, but I'm stepping in the light.
I said, let him cook!
Yeah. They know my name, they know my word, but they still throw dirt. Ha! Yeah. Been a decade in the game, 10 plus in the rain. Bit a kingdom from the mud, turned up on them every string. They were lurking on my chat, screenshotting every frame. Took my slang, took my cadence, then pretended we the same. They was praying for my downfall while they copying my blueprint. Yeah. Every topic that I touch turn the trend, now they abuse it. They be whispering in DMs, plotting on me, try to stop my rise. Try to ice me out the story, still I burn right through the lies. Yeah. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name, can steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, better watch me rant. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't They was flagging every upload, sending shots behind the scenes, posting pictures of my family, trying to crack me at the scene. Drop my name up in the phone, type my address on the site. Thought the fear would make me vanish, told them pussies catch a flight. Every time they build a boycott, I just build another brand. Turn a smear into a slogan, made a movement out to slander. Understand, they be calling me the villain, why they quoting every line? I'm the mirror that they scared of, so they cover up my life. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name. They can steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, but to watch me rain. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. They gon' blame me for the storm, blame me for the rain, blame me cause I said it. Just remember we ain't the same. They gon' cry about my tone, but they study every take. You can hate on every move, you can cancel what I made. Nah, I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. Say my name. They can steal my style, never steal my hands. They can throw that dirt, still I rise again. You can hate my goods, but to watch me rain. I'm the people's champ, I'm the angry man. They can twist my words, never twist my stance. Blame me for it all, I just take that chance. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. Cause they know I'm best, they don't want my shine to last. Yeah, they know I'm best, and that's why they hate the man.
You are now rocking with the best. Support the Angry Man. Support the stream.
Son of heart racing, no delay. This life don't wait, so I'm on my way. Feet hit the pavement, sunrise grinning. Life's a roulette and I'm always spinning. Pocket full of dreams, got the world in my hands. No map, just vibes and unplanned plans. Sweat on my brow, running wild through the city. Clock ticking loud, but it ain't that gritty. Spill my soul like ink on a loose leaf. Every breath a moment, no time for grief. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. I'm on in my face, I'm on in my face. Heart like a drum, beating fast, no pause. Life's a movie real, I'ma start with no flaws. Cup running over, champagne fizz. Every day's a blessing, yeah, that's the biz. Jumping over hurdle, life's track and field. Every scar story, every wound's healed. Skyline's my ceiling, dreams stretch wide. Riding shotgun with hope, joy by my side. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. Roll the dice, let it ride. Moonlit nights, ocean tide. Every heartbeat, a melody. Life's a stage, I'm a symphony. Slow it down, feel the sound. Breathing deep, feet on the ground. Then a spark, hit a call. One more run, give it all. Full throttle, no brakes, I'm flying. Every second counts, ain't no denying. Living for the now, future can't wait. No rewind button, I'm on in my face, yeah, yeah. No rewind, no regret. Sunset phase, but I ain't done yet, yeah. I'm on in my face, yeah. I'm on in my face.
What's good? What's going on, everybody? We back in the building yet again. Salute to the whole Beano Nation. Shout out to everybody coming through to kick it. And to you trolls that love to come over here when I first fire up my show to make little goofy ass comments. Like I said before, and I'm gonna say it again, you're not gonna get your 15 seconds of fame. What's going to happen is you're going to get blocked immediately and permanently, which means you'll never be able to chat in my chat room into perpetuity. You feel me? You're banned forever. There used to be a time where I would ban people and then I would clear the slate and let people come back. Nah, we're not doing that no more. We're not doing that no more. No, don't nobody got time for you wannabe stand-up comedians. My bad, y'all. So, like I said, if you come in here, you know, making that freaking them little goofy jokes, we gonna get you up out of here. I know you think it's cute. I know you think it's clever. I know you think you're cool, but you're not. Like what you're doing right now is watching and you can't chat no more. And you think I don't know that shit be hurting you. You think I don't know that? That's why y'all be so mad at me when I be booting people out the chat because, bruh, you can act like getting your chat privileges revoked ain't nothing, but I know it's something. That's why you run and go get another account and come back over here. But it's all good because you come back and you screw up again, which lets me know that you didn't learn your lesson the first time. You feel me? But we got a lot to talk about. I took yesterday off. Day before yesterday, I didn't take off. I did a late night. A lot of y'all probably wasn't here for the late night. I gave away a lot of game. I gave away a whole lot of game. You feel me? But on that late night, I said I was going to talk about something really, really, really important, which is a topic that I don't think too many people address. What I'm going to talk about is what I like to call the in-between. What is the in-between? The in-between is basically the balanced, normal black people. Okay? The balanced, normal black people. Now, some of y'all going to be like, what do you mean normal? What I mean is we're not really represented. We're not really represented, and we're gonna get into all of that. We got to talk about that. I got to talk about Melissa Ford, still out here trying to relive her glory days. I'm gonna address these self-hating light-skinned people who desperately want dark-skin validation. We're gonna talk about that. We're going to talk about black people being hypocrites on the topic of biracialism. We're going to talk about Roland Martin having a side chick and why I don't care, right? And we're going to talk about women and how they lie about men to justify their screwed up life. So we got a lot that we're going to talk about today. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm while I'm talking to y'all, I'm actually talking to all of my AI agents that I created to make sure they running everything properly. Yo, I created 20 AI agents, 19 to do various jobs, and one to make sure the other 19 are doing their jobs. And I named him Hoppin' Bob. So I got one AI called Hoppin' Bob that makes sure all the other 19 AIs do their jobs. You feel me?
Tell him about the gun line, boss.
But before we get into any of that, y'all already know what time it is. Let me do my little sales pitch. Before we get into any of the topics, let's get down to business real quick. Let's see. My bad, y'all. I gotta approve something. Before we get into any of the topics, we got to get down to business real quick. To all the new people in here, contrary to popular belief, this show is absolutely free. You can come in, listen for free. That's no problem. It's free to listen. However, this show is made possible by people in this room. We need 2 numbers tonight. We need 20 people to get the show started and 50 people to make the show complete. The show doesn't kick off until we get 20 people to contribute. That's what we call the Beano roll call. And no, you do not have to already be a Beano to participate in the Beano roll call. Contributing gets you in as a Beano. You feel me? Whatever you can do counts. $5 counts. It's not about the amount. It's about being one of the 50, helping to keep the show going. And everybody in the roll call, your messages will get read first before we even get to the real topics. We want to hear from you first. Now, if you want the full treatment, anybody that is a sponsor of 500 becomes a super sponsor. 100 makes you a sponsor. Either one, your message gets read the second it lands, and we'll light the screen up like the 4th of July. And to anybody dropping $50 or more during the show, I will stop whatever I'm talking about to read your message on the spot. So to recap, 20 gets us started. Ultimately, we want to get 50 contributors to complete the show. So let's get started with the first Beano. But before we get to that, I got to give a shout out to the last person that was a Beano MVP. Not the last stream, but the stream before last. The stream before last, we had a Beano that went above and beyond, who goes by the name of Chad. Chad didn't just donate. He challenged the whole room to support, match, then dropped 100 to finish the job himself. 2 donations, $120, $100 sponsorship, and he set it off. So shout out to Chad for coming through and being a Beano MVP.
It's time to shout out last night's Beano MVPs.
Shout out to Chad. We appreciate you, bro, for coming through and showing love. Greatly appreciated. Let's see. I came across a video that was really, really interesting. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick so you guys can check it out. Let's see. Where is it at? Where is it at? Oh, yeah. Came across this video, And by the way, shout out to my man, Mr. 1950, who was covering this.
Being a stay-at-home mom.
If y'all haven't went to check out my homie, Mr. 1950, definitely go check him out on TikTok. It's the real Mr. 1950, but he's also here on YouTube. All you got to do is look up Mr. 1950 and he should come up.
Being a stay-at-home mom is the hardest job in the world. That's crazy because being a stay-at-home dad is the easiest job on the planet. Today, I woke up early, 5:45, because that's what time my daughter gets up. I made pancakes, sausage, eggs for everyone, including my wife. Then I cleaned downstairs, cleaned up all of the mess I made making that breakfast. And then I took my daughter to the aquarium. I've been home for the past 6 weeks. I've been to the splash pad 6 times, and I've not gotten tired. Oh, by the way, I'm sick today, too. I feel like absolute dog shit. And then now we're going to hang out for a little bit. I'm going to fix them a decent lunch. Then I'm going to do laundry. We'll probably go to the park or something, and then I'll come back, and I'm not tired.
I've been saying this for many years. You notice how they try to downplay what men do? I don't know why they do that. Why downplay what we do? I'm not downplaying what you do, but I've never said that being a stay-at-home mother wasn't easy, because it is. It's very much easy. This man is proving it to you. Matter of fact, let me give you another suggestion.
Y'all, I remember the stay-at-home moms was acting like being a stay-at-home mom was just so much harder than anything in the world. I've been a stay-at-home dad for a little over a year now. Prior to that, I was in the military for 10 years. There's nothing I've done in this past year involving my children that was harder than waking up at 6:30 in the morning and going to run 6 miles saying airborne. Being a stay-at-home dad is not harder than getting convoy clearances for an entire brigade done. Being a stay-at-home dad is not harder than changing a Humvee tire. Like, what is it about being a stay-at-home parent that y'all was trying to convince us was so fucking hard? Is it the cooking? Because there's crock pots, there's air fryers, there's, you know what I'm saying, like one-pot meals. What about this shit did y'all try to convince us that this shit was just so hard?
Like I said, put some respect on the man's name. For years, they've had us fooled. I already figured. I'm thinking like, are you cleaning all day? No. Especially when the kids go off to school. What are you doing? This is what I'm saying, man. So you know what, fellas? Let's stop this. Let's just stop all these women talking about stay-at-home mother.
Avoided.
So, and you know, the videos that Mr. 1950 just displayed, I didn't come across the first video.
It's the voice.
I didn't come across the first video, but I came across that second video with the guy that was ex-military, saying that, you know, being a stay-at-home dad is not harder than, changing a Humvee tire and all of those different things, right? So I've been saying this for years. In fact, I've even said this on, I think Trey's panel. I think I said it on Trey's panel, and I might have said it over on the Untouchables as well. Women are liars. They're liars. And most of the time that they are lying, it's in order to manipulate men into believing that what they do as women is way more important than it actually is. Either way, they lie in order to gain some sort of advantage or some sort of benefit. I've been saying this for years. I've been saying this for years. Now, unlike a lot of guys, I can speak from experience. I can speak from experience. The reason why I can speak from experience is because when I was with my kid's mother, right? We could never afford daycare. So because we couldn't afford daycare, we would have to work like a split shift. I would usually work at night and she would work during the day. Now, during the day, I would have the kids with me, right? And just so you guys know, this was 5 kids. This was 5 kids. This was 2 girls and 3 boys. Okay? And I'm not talking about big kids. I'm not talking about big kids. I'm talking about kids ranging from the ages of 6, 5, 3, 2, and 1. Okay? Now, back then, it was really difficult to keep a steady job. So sometimes I would have a job and sometimes I wouldn't have a job, right? And so either way, I spent a great deal of my children's youth being what you would consider a stay-at-home dad. Because even when I had jobs, most of my jobs were always night jobs. So I would be there during the day. So during the day, I would be with the kids. And then at night, their mother would be with them and I'd be working. And what I've always tried to figure out, how was it I was able to be up with children, that many kids, making sure that the house was clean, fixing them breakfast and lunch, and taking them with me if I had to go somewhere and do something, and was still able to go to work at night. I'll tell you why. Because being a stay-at-home mom or dad is not a hard job. It is extremely easy, and any person telling you that it is difficult is a lying, lazy POS. That's facts. That's facts. This is not even up for debate anymore, right? Now, some of you might say, well, hold on one second, angry man. If it's not, then what have the women been complaining about for so long? Well, it's very simple, right? It's very simple. Let's say, for argument's sake, that you get a job. You get a job that pays extremely well, right? Let's say you get a job that pays extremely well. And let's say you work at a medical facility, and the medical facility is owned by this big, huge conglomerate. So they have numerous medical facilities, too many to really keep track of like that, right? And let's say that you get hired for a specific job at that medical facility. Now you go there, and unlike the other medical facilities, you don't really have that many patients. Just every once in a while, somebody comes in there. Now, regardless, you still get paid the same amount of money as the people that work in the facilities where they have an endless backlog of patients coming in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. So all of the other places are super busy. But the place where you work at, because of the geographical location, because of the population of that geographical location, because of numerous factors, you rarely ever have patience. So most of the time, you're just sitting in there shooting the breeze. Here's my question. You're in there watching social media, TikTok, a movie on your phone, whatever, because you rarely get a patient. You got it made, right? If someone from the main office comes down to that facility to ask you about your day-to-day, are you going to tell that person that you barely have anything to do? Even though they know for a fact you don't have a lot of patience, aren't you going to pretend like even without a lot of patience there, you got other stuff that you got to do, that you're super busy and all of those different things, right? You're going to pretend, right? You're going to pretend that your job is more difficult than it is. And the reason why is because you got it made. And the last thing you want them to do is to downsize you and say, well, you know what? Let's shut down this facility and we'll just send everybody that works here to other facilities because we're not really getting that many patients. You don't want that to happen. You don't want to get a pay cut. You don't want any of that. So you're going to pretend that it's more difficult than it is. See, here's the reality that most people don't want to recognize. The reason why stay-at-home moms for decades have been saying that it's the hardest job you could ever do is really because it's the easiest, and they don't want nobody to know that, because if somebody knew that, they would say, you could be doing a lot more. Instead of you just being at home, you should be going and picking up your husband's dry cleaning. You should be taking a class on cooking. You should be doing the entire reason that women, and keep this in mind, for a very long time, men have had to be in the workforce to the degree that they don't know what's going on at home. If you go back to the silent generation and the boomer generation, those men got up crack of dawn, went to work. They didn't come back until later. They don't know what went on at home. They don't have no clue. And a lot of those men back then never participated in child rearing. They never participated in cleaning, cooking, any of that stuff. So they legitimately don't know. Now, another way that they program us, because we live in this feminist society, is every once in a while they'll have a TV show where one episode, it'll be the episode where dad didn't go to work that day because mom was sick, right? Mom is sick and dad is like, don't worry about it. I'm off today and I'll take care of the kids. And they make it look like it's the hardest shit in the world. They'll have the father like he's pulling his hair out. Oh my God, how does you, I don't know how you do this. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Our society has been desperately trying to prove or program us to believe that women's jobs are so hard and men's jobs are so arbitrary. That's what they've been trying to prove to us. They've been trying to program us with this crap for so freaking long that it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, right? So, and guess what? It's not just with the with being a housemaker. It's also with women in the workforce. The jobs that women get in the workforce are pie-ass jobs. They're not difficult jobs. And before you try to come at me, don't try to use the outliers. Don't try to use a female nurse in an emergency room Don't try to use because most women, most nurses are not in an emergency room. Okay? Most nurses work in doctors' offices and clinics and stuff like that. And you know what they're doing? Weighing people, drawing blood. You feel me? They not doing shit, bro. They not doing shit. They're doing very little menial tasks. You feel me? So don't try to give me the nurse that works in the emergency room. Don't try to give me the rare woman that decided to be an auto mechanic. Don't try to do any of that. When you look at what women do in the workforce on average compared to what men do in the workforce on average, it's not even comparable. It's not even comparable. It doesn't even come close. Okay? So said, angry man, you making a lot of women angry. What else is new? When do I not make them angry? When do I not make them angry? When do other men and other women not make them angry? When does the world not make them angry? When are they not angry? When are they not angry? When are they not angry and upset at somebody for basically calling them on their bullshit? When is that ever a thing? When is that ever a thing? Somebody please tell me. So going back to what I said before, right? The reason why these women, and keep in mind, the reason why these women have been pretending that their job, matter of fact, let me not say it too slow. Let me speed it up a little bit. The reason why for decades women have pretended like homemaking and child rearing was so difficult is because if men actually found out how easy it was, they would be pissed at their wives for pretending. And you know why? Because there are a lot of women that will act like their job is so hard to trick men into going to work, doing their job, and then coming home and doing their wife's job too. That's the hustle. That's the hustle. Because you see women today sitting here saying, oh, well, so what if he's a breadwinner? Because remember, the argument used to be you don't make enough money. That used to be the argument. And you know how it goes. This, if you don't know how it goes, let me break it down to you. This is how it's been going for my entire life and probably before I was born. Women complain about something that men don't do. Men make the adjustment and start doing the thing that women were complaining they didn't do. Once the man starts doing that, then they find something else to complain about so that he can have something else to try to fix. And why do they do this? To deflect away from the fact that they ain't doing shit. That's what it is. So first they'll say, oh, you don't make enough money. Men say, okay, I'll fix that problem. He starts making more money. Once he starts making more money, it's like, oh, well, you're not there for me emotionally. Okay, he fixes that. Now he's there for her emotionally. Once he's there for her emotionally, oh, well, you don't spend enough time with the kids. Okay, cool. Now he starts spending more time with the kids. So now he's making more money. He's there for her emotionally, and he's spending more time with the kids, right? I've even had guys talk trash to me because they're like, yo, you got to go to your kid's basketball game and football game and this, that, and the third. How you going to do all of that shit when you trying to make money? But you goofballs have let these women trick you into this crap. You know what they used to do back in the day? When the kid ran up to the mom, where's dad at? They didn't say, oh, your dad's not here because he's a piece of shit. They said your dad would be here if he wanted to, but you know he had to work. The moms would explain to the children that dad has to work so that we're able to do all of this stuff, right? But anyway, she complains that he doesn't make enough money. He fixes that. Now he makes more money. She complains that he's not there emotionally. He fixed that. Now he's making more money. She complains he doesn't spend enough time with the kids. He fixes that. Now he's spending more time with the kids. She complains that she needs help with the housework. Now he's doing that. All of this is to keep the eye off of her and what she's doing. Because if you can keep a man focused on solving the problems that you say he's creating, he never has the time to look at you and what you're not doing. Because that's all this is. It's a deflection. It's hoop jumping. If you keep that man thinking he's the problem and that he needs to fix this and he needs to fix that, he's going to always be focused on trying to fix those things. Why? Because like I said in a previous stream, men genuinely want their women to be happy. So for most men, when their woman says there's a problem, he's going to try to fix it. When their woman says you're doing this wrong, he's going to try to fix it. And the reason why is because men genuinely want their women to be happy. I wish I could say the same in reverse, but women don't really care about making their husbands happy. If they did care about making them happy, they wouldn't play that game right there. They wouldn't make men feel like they're always wrong to deflect away from the fact that they're lazy ass. I'm not even going to say that word. I'm not even going to say that word. If these women genuinely wanted their men to be happy, they would not play this "you're the man and you're always wrong" game to deflect away from the fact that they are lazy housewives. And that's the reality. These women have been lying for decades, because they are terrified that if these men figure out that they could do their job and her job too, then they would start questioning, well, what are you good for? What do you actually bring to the table? Because what we've been seeing for the past 70 years is the diminishing of what men do and the elevating of what women do. But see, here's the thing y'all wasn't counting on. You spent so much time trying to run to the workforce and be like the men, you exposed your hustle. See, you've been telling the lie that your job is so hard for so long that you started to believe it. See, by you staying at home and being a housewife, right? See, you should have been happy with that and told him, no, go to work. See, the crazy thing is you got these women that get mad at their man because he don't come home enough. See, back in the day, the women, you got up and went to work. They didn't care if you stopped at the bar after you got off work. They didn't care if you stopped somewhere, and they didn't care. You know why? Because the longer you're away, the more she can chill. And the more you don't get to see what really goes on at home. Right? But see, the women of today are not as bright as the women back in the day. They don't know how to run the same game the way the women ran back in the day. So today, what the women do is they say, well, I'm going to go to work. You stay here and take care of these kids. See, and they think the men are going to be like, oh my God, this is the worst thing I've ever had to do. And the only reason the women think that is because you've been lying to yourselves and everyone for so long that you've started to genuinely believe your own lies. And one of the biggest lies that you have told is that men can't do what you do. I can go as a single mom. I can go to work and take care of these kids. And guess what? If you look it up right now, if you look up the statistics right now, it has already been proven that a single mother cannot raise kids and do her job better than a single father. It's already been proven. It's already been proven. And you know the reason why? The reason why is because you treat raising your kids the same way you treat your job, because at your job, you're lazy as hell. You ain't got no real job. You lazy and trifling at that job. That's why you lazy and trifling at home. See, men apply the same logic at home that they apply to their job, right? If I'm at work and I work construction, I'm not going to try to do the construction job by myself. I'm going to delegate. I'm going to say, I'm going to do division of labor. Hey, Todd, you do this. Tom, you do this. Mike, you do this. And Fred, you're on that right there. And guys, when we get finished, could you try to clean up the work site? Guess what I did when I was at home with the kids? I told them, I don't care if you pull every toy out. I don't care if you in the room running around like your mind going bad, pulling every toy out. I don't care. For two reasons. One, you're going to tire yourself out. So when it's nap time, you're definitely going to sleep. And two, right before nap time, I'm going to come in there and say, okay, that's enough. Y'all know what time it is. Clean up, everybody clean up. I'm not cleaning up. I'm not cleaning nothing. I'm going to teach them little hooligans to clean up behind themselves, which is what you're supposed to do. But see, the reason why a lot of these moms won't teach the kids to clean up behind themselves is because they'll start cleaning up because they waiting for dad to come walking through the door so that they can stage a freaking struggle. So they want dad to come home and catch them bending over to picking up some toys and stuff. Like, oh Lord, this is so hard. It's Lordy, Lord. That's what they want. They want dad to come home. She want her husband to come home and catch her mid-bend, picking up a toy, looking like, they're liars. They're liars. They've been liars from day one, and they're liars today. And God help the poor souls that believe their lies. To all of the men that believe their lies, I feel so bad for you. I feel so bad for you. Because it's BS. Because when these women sit there and say that they're cleaning a house, they're not. You want to see cleaning the house? Hire somebody to do it. I guarantee you, unless you got a woman that has OCD, she is not cleaning the house the way a professional cleaning service would clean that house. So you got to ask the question, is she really cleaning? Is she really cleaning? How many of these women do you know today that's cooking from scratch? How many of these women are cooking biscuits from scratch that are making full meals? Like, how many? Does she go to the farmer's market and get a bushel of peas and come home and snap them peas and wash them off? Or is she getting them from the grocery store in a can? How difficult is it to put a pot on the stove, turn the eye on, open the can with an electric can opener and dump it in the thing and heat it up? How difficult is that? You got crock pots, you got air fryers, you got so many tools that literally make cooking one of the easiest things you can do. You got dishwashers, washer and dryer. You got freaking self-propelled vacuum cleaners. You got all kinds of stuff. What are they doing? What are they doing? What about being a homemaker is that stressful other than the fact that they don't want to do anything? See, it ain't even that though. It ain't even that though. I'm gonna tell y'all what it is. Everything that women complain about doing when they're in a relationship with a man is the things they will do if they're not in a relationship with a man. If a woman is single with no children, she will clean her home immaculately. You've probably even seen some of these women on social media that's single with no kids. And they at their house cleaning the shit out of their house. I'm talking about meticulously. They got on the white glove. They going around. You know, I like to keep my house immaculate. They got everything organized. They cooking meals. They cook the meal. They cook. They not just cooking enough for one serving. They're cooking multiple servings, and it's like they're cooking a whole meal. And it's like, well, I cooked this entire meal. So what I do is I take the leftovers and I package it up so that I can have lunch for the rest of the week. It isn't until she gets in a relationship with a man that all of a sudden she loses all enthusiasm for cleaning, organizing, cooking, especially when she has kids. She loses even more enthusiasm. Because see, here's the reality. I've said numerous times that they're lazy. That's not true. It's more complicated than that. They're not lazy. They just don't like doing shit for you. That's all it is. That's all it is. Everything that they complain about when they're with you, they are more than willing to do. In fact, they're happy to do it when they're alone. I need you to think about that. I need you to think about that. That is basically like a man who has a house where he's paying the mortgage, he's paying the light bill, he's buying groceries, doing all of that stuff. And in the moment he marries a woman and she moves into the house, now he wants to complain about all of the shit he was already doing. Now he wants to complain about the mortgage. He never complained about the mortgage, not one day while he was single. He's married. Now all of a sudden, he complains about the mortgage. That's all it is. All it is they do not like doing things for you. They'll do it for a dog before they do it for you. How many videos have y'all seen me pull up of these women that are single, that are cooking full course meals for their dogs? Bathing their dogs, pampering their dogs. And that's not me throwing hints. Let me say it directly. There are women out here that would rather pamper, cater to, and spoil their dog than their man. Or excuse me, a man. There are women out here that will pamper and spoil and cater to their dog more than they will a man. Now, I'm going to tell you some real shit. You can say what you want to say. I've never seen a man treat his dog better than he treats his wife. And in some cases, the dog is more loyal. I've never seen a man treat his dog better than he treats his wife or his children. I've never seen that. I have never seen it, but I've seen plenty of times where these women will treat dogs, will treat animals better than they are willing to treat a man. But we're supposed to ignore all of that. You're supposed to act like that doesn't exist. And I know there's some of you ladies in here that are angry with what I'm saying, but you know it's facts. You know it's facts. You know it's the truth. See, I have this theory. The theory that I have is that the entire existence of a woman is mostly a lie. The entire existence. Not your being. We know that you're a being. We know that you're an autonomous being. We know that. Just everything else, right? I mean, think about it. You say you want nice men, but you really don't. You act as if you got a good man, you would treat him like gold. But the good man is the one you treat like crap. You claim you don't want bad men, but I've never met an abusive guy that didn't have a girlfriend or a wife. I can even take it to what Chris Rock said back in the day. You wear makeup, you don't look that good. You put on eyelashes, your eyelashes ain't that long. Some of you even put in contacts, your eyes ain't that color. Change your hair, that ain't really your hair. You wear high heels, you ain't really that tall. You get nail polish, your nails don't look that good. You put on waist trainers, your waist ain't that slim. You get BBLs, your butt ain't that big. You get boob jobs, your boobs ain't that big. You claim to be the most educated when really you go to college to get degrees in underwater basket weaving. You claim it's extremely difficult to be a homemaker, but now that men are in positions to where they're homemakers, they found out you're lying about that. You claim to love God and Christianity, but when we show you the part of the Bible that tells you you have to submit to your man, you say you don't got to listen to that. You claim your job is hard, but when I came by there, you was sitting in an air-conditioned office on TikTok. So the only question now is, what part of your life is actually real? Where's the honest part? Where's the honest part? You want to know something that's crazy? A renegade out here in the street or some hotel room selling herself for money is more honest than the average chick walking around out here. Let that sink in for a second. Let that sink in for a second. A 304 selling box in this day and age is more honest than the women that ain't 304s and ain't selling box. How frightening is that? And the only reason I say that, keep in mind, I'm not trying to say that the 304 selling herself is better. I'm not trying to say that. But what I'm saying is she's not pretending to be something she's not. And when she interacts with men, there's no lies. The man knows what it is. Ain't no need of going there for love because she ain't got nothing for you. Ain't no genuine affection. Why you would want it there, I have no idea. If you want to pretend that she's your girlfriend for whatever amount of time, she lets you know this is the girlfriend experience, meaning it's not real. You got chicks out here right now that's not renegades, that's giving dudes the girlfriend experience because they only with them dudes for their money or what they can do for them, and them dudes think they in a real relationship. Them dudes think they are in a genuine relationship, and that chick is just giving him the girlfriend experience. Just think about how the world is flipped and how it's changed. Because the woman in the brothel, that used to be the liar. The woman in the strip club used to be the liar. You go to the strip club, she's got on a bunch of makeup, eyelashes, a wig. She's rubbing up on you, telling you you're her favorite, and she waits to see if you're going to show up and makes you feel like the most awesome man on planet Earth. That's who used to be the liar. Because if you bumped into that same woman the next day in the grocery store, you wouldn't have the eyelashes on. She wouldn't have the extra makeup. She wouldn't have the freaking wig on. None of that. She'd be at the grocery store with her kids. You wouldn't even recognize her. That used to be the liar. Same thing with the streetwalker. They used to be the liars. They used to be the liars. Now it's the regular everyday woman. And I'm not saying that regular everyday women weren't lying before, but they, like, I'll give you a prime example. Let me pull this up real quick. Here's a prime example of what I mean by liars.
The joy of not having a man. I am sitting in the middle of my comfy, plushy bed watching The Princess Bride. For dinner, all I wanted today was a bowl of buttered grits. And the joy of not having a man. I am sitting in the middle of my comfy, plushy bed watching The Princess Bride. For dinner, all I wanted today was a bowl of buttered grits, and to wash it all down, I am having an A&W root beer float soda. Life's good.
If she was really happy being single, why would she have to come to social media and tell you that she's happy being single? And I need you to keep in mind, this is not a one-off. I've seen numerous TikToks from this woman bragging about being single. I've seen numerous TikToks from this woman bragging about how happy she is being single. And at some point, you start to ask the question, who are you trying to convince, sweetheart? Us or yourself? Who are you trying to convince? Because guess what? When I'm enjoying something, I don't feel the need to share it with social media. I've said this numerous times. When I go on vacations, right? I rarely ever document anything. The only time I will document something is if I actually do a live stream. But so far, if I'm not live streaming, it never occurs to me, let me take out my phone and record this. Let me take out my phone and do a quick TikTok and show everybody how much fun I'm having. Because when you're having fun and you're enjoying life, you enjoy life. You don't tend to think about social media. That's one thing I can say definitively. When you are truly enjoying life, you don't think about social media. Because you're in the moment. You're in the moment enjoying whatever it is that you're doing. So to me, it's like every time I see that chick pop up on the screen, like I swear to God, I be wanting to yell through the screen. Like if you're single and you're happy, go be happy. But see, I'm gonna tell you why she has to. The reason why she has to come to social media and say how happy she is being single, it's to spite men. That's all it is. It's to spite men. It's, hey, look, I'm a woman and I'm showing everybody that I'm happy without a man. Like it's that goofy shit, right? And some of y'all might say, well, why does she think that's spiteful to men? Because of the other thing that she thinks, which is somebody is gonna be like, damn, man, we let another one get away. It's the audacity and the arrogance. She genuinely thinks that she's hurting men's feelings because she took herself off the dating market. And every time I see one of these videos, I'm like, sweetheart, ain't nobody want you in the first place. Why are you up here performing? Hey, I'm so happy being single. No one cares. That's one less problem for the population of men. Nobody cares. No one cares. It's not like, bro. It's not like when I saw a video, when I saw Love and Hip Hop, and Sin Santana was in that relationship with what was the other chick's name? Oh my God, what was the other chick's name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. What is her name? So you had Sin Santana and you had what is the other chick's name? The other chick, Erica Mena. There was a video. There was a episode of Love and Hip Hop where Erica Mena and Sin Santana was hugged up. And I ain't gonna lie. I was looking at the show like, damn, bro. We took a loss, fellas. and look, I know that sounds crazy knowing how those two chicks act. But bro, whenever you see two bad chicks that have decided they just want to date chicks, so they're gonna just date, like two bad chicks just decide to date each other instead of giving men a shot. It's like damn. Like that's a L, you feel me? Or at least it appears to be one until you figure out the behavior of the chicks or whatever, right? But this one right here. This one right here. No, nobody's sitting around thinking to themselves, damn, man. Just give us one more shot. Just give the fellas one more shot, you know? Just give us one more shot, because you know that's what we're after, you know. Middle-aged ladies that look like cat ladies with those big rim glasses, you know, look like you could take the glasses and burn ants with it, you know, and in your freaking unkept hair. Like, yeah, that's what we want. That's what we want. That's what the fellas are looking for. You feel me? And they've just taken this tremendous loss. You feel me? This tremendous loss because you decided. That's the other funny thing. You got so many chicks out here to be acting like they decided to be, I'm gonna be single and I love being single. Is that what it is? Or did you just stop getting offers? Is that what it is? Or is that you just trying to turn an L into a W? Because you started to realize that dudes wasn't shooting a shot at you. Dudes wasn't interested in you. You didn't get as much attention as you used to when you were younger. And so you decided to get ahead of it. I'm going to tell everybody I want to be single. That way people can't say that, you know, I'm an undesirable chick. Like, do y'all, like, it's funny because at this stage in the game, why do they still think we believe their horse shit? Does anybody like, let's be real. With everything that has taken place in the past 20 years, why do they believe that we still believe their horse shit? Why? Like, we don't believe you. We don't believe you. We don't believe you. We know that you're full of it. We know that you're losing. We know that you're losing. You can try your best to pretend that you're not, but you are. It's a loss. But anyway, so far, guys, we got 11 contributors. We still need 9 contributors to get to the Beano roll call. We still need 9 contributors to get to the Beano roll call. Help us get to the 20 contributors so that we can rock out with this Beano roll call. Let's see what else I came across that caught my attention. Oh, there's this. There's this. Let me pull this up.
I just got a message on my heart. I just want to share it. Really don't care if it gets likes, who really sees it, if it goes viral or anything like that. But just a message to somebody who needs to hear this, because it's so many people, especially men, black men, battling depression and battling shit every day. And they don't talk about it. They don't speak about it. They don't have any outlets, so they feel lost, feel alone. This message is for you, because you are not alone, my brother. I just want to see, or just want to advise you to just what you focus on, bro. You know, this world that we living in, especially in these states, it is not real.
especially in these states. So here we go with another one of these niggas that want to talk down on the United States as if there's somewhere else better to live. It's not real. It's not real. Let's see what he has to say. Let's see what he's saying isn't real.
You know, this world that we living in, especially in these states, it is not real in so many words. It's paper money that we chasing, this lifestyle that we chasing, this social media shit that got everybody in a chokehold, who just constantly watching people post highlights of their life, bro. Should be highlights, bro. I'm trying to tell you, because I do the shit. It's highlights. You don't see the.
Yo, I swear to God on everything I love, I am so sick and tired of all of you crybaby snowflakes that's out here in this damn world. It is annoying, bro. It is annoying. So, number one, I'm here to tell you because I know you're suffering from depression, and, you know, especially in these states that we live in, because none of it's real. Because we chasing this paper money and it's not real. Okay, I tell you what, don't pay your rent this month since it ain't real. Don't pay your light bill this month since it ain't real. Don't buy no groceries since it ain't real. I'm so tired of you idiots online. You're idiots. You're idiots. If you're going to say that paper money isn't real because we made it up, then that means everything isn't real. Because everything in this life that we utilize, we made up. We made it up. Everything. Why did we make paper money? What was the purpose of making paper money? Because it's a more civilized way to live. That's why we made paper money. If you actually took the time to do the research to understand the reason why we have paper money, you'd stop saying stupid shit like it's made up. It's supposed to be made up. It's supposed to be made up. You know why it's supposed to be made up? Because back in the day, the only way you could really get something is you'd have to trade somebody something for something else. You'd have to barter, right? But bartering has limitations. Let's say that you knew a guy that was a dairy farmer and you're a chicken farmer. You want some beef. So you want this guy to slaughter a cow and give you the beef from that cow. Well, now you got to figure out how many eggs or how many chickens is the same value as the cow. Now, some of y'all might be like, well, that's easy. It's not. It really isn't. And in most cases, somebody's getting screwed over. Either the chicken farmer or the dairy farmer is getting screwed in that deal. The reason, and then on top of that, right? On top of that, you have all of these people that are like, oh, socialism, communism, blah, 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 right? So Karl Marx was an idiot, right? And part of his concept of socialism was basically him saying, whenever you have a workforce that goes to a factory and they mass produce a product, that is a soulless endeavor. Okay, so if you have what is going on with my contact lens? So if you have a factory that makes Rubik's Cubes, they have an assembly line, and they're making millions of these. And at that factory, you have a bunch of workers that are working the assembly line to make these. Karl Marx believes that having that type of economy is not good for human existence because it's not individualized work. In other words, it's a bunch of people who are individuals, but they're all coming together to make this one product, and every one of these products looks the exact same. In Karl Marx's eyes, that is not fulfilling. He would much rather have one person make this Rubik's Cube, and the one person who is the craftsman that made this Rubik's Cube, nobody else makes it. He's the only one that makes it. He doesn't mass produce them. He doesn't have an assembly line. He doesn't do any of that capitalism crap. He just basically has a shop where he makes these individually and sells them individually. Karl Marx believed that that would make him, that person, much more happy and much more fulfilled. There's only one problem with that, and this goes back to the bartering system. If that one guy, that one craftsman made these, right? And somebody else had this product. How do you decide if these are equal? Is one of these equal to one of these, or is 5 of these equal to one of these? That's difficult. But if you can formulate the value of this based on a monetary system and formulate the value of this based on a monetary system, it's much easier, right? Because before you have a monetary system, if I wanted one of these, I would have to find somebody that was willing to trade me something for this. And considering the fact that that craftsman is the only one that creates these, they're rare, which is going to make them really valuable. Now, what I could do is I could try to find as many items as I can to trade for this valuable thing that someone has, or I could just hit them over the head and take it. Which one do you think is easier? Which one do you think is easier? Me finding a bunch of, this is rare. Only 20 people have these because the craftsman only made 20 of them so far. Nobody wants to trade them. Which is easier? Me trying to find something with enough value to get somebody to trade it, or me just hitting them over the head and taking it from them? Which one? Somebody give me an answer. Which one do you think is easier? Finding enough items of value to trade for this, or just to rob the person for it? You rob them, right? That's why money is valuable. That's why mass producing products is valuable. If I walked outside with this today, nobody's going to rob me for this. And the reason nobody's going to rob me for this, because there's millions, if not who knows how many out here in the world. If somebody sees this and they say, "Ooh, that's a Rubik's Cube. I think I want one of those." They can go work and make their own money, and then they can go buy one of these because we have money and we mass produce these. Now, this is a small example, but guess what? If you didn't have money and you built a house, that house would be one of a kind. If somebody saw that house and they like, "I want a house like that," there's no architect with business plans for that house. You would have to go into that house, take out the people in there, and take it. And keep in mind, I'm not talking about the modern era. I'm talking about back in the day. This is what people did. If you had something they wanted, they took it. And the reason why is because it was one of a kind. That's what Marx wants to go back to. Specialized work where everybody has things that are one of a kind. That was that's one of the reasons the world was so barbaric. Because if you had something unique and there was nowhere else to get it, if somebody wanted it, they would have to take it from you. See, today, if you go to somebody's house and they have a really nice house and you're like, "Wow, I like this house." "Oh, well, let me give you the number of my contractor. You don't have to take my house. You can buy your own. If you see my C8 Stingray, you don't have to take mine. You can go get your own." Right? But see, then you got these individuals like this who suck at life. And because they suck at life, they want to blame everybody else for why they suck at life. "Oh, this money isn't real. It's not real. They got us chasing this lifestyle." Ain't nobody got you chasing nothing. You can live whatever lifestyle you want to live. If you want to live a modest lifestyle, live a modest lifestyle. Don't nobody got you chasing nothing. Ain't nobody making you do nothing. But again, this idea of, "Oh, money don't matter," and money is the reason why we are more civilized than we used to be. Money is one of the reasons why we are more civilized than we used to be. Oh, here's another thing about Karl Marx BS. If that craftsman that makes these products doesn't have a son or an apprentice or whatever, and one day, let's just say he's making one of these and he just, he hasn't gotten around to having an apprentice. He hasn't gotten around to having any kids. And one day he's making one of these and he has a heart attack. Guess what? The skill of making one of these dies with him. See, Karl Marx was an idiot. And everybody that keeps trying to want to live in a world that is based on Marxism, you're an idiot too. I don't care if you get upset about that. You're slow. If you go back and look at Karl Marx and all of the stuff that he had going on, and you still think that going Marxism is the route, you're slow. There's no way around that. And I'm so tired of these people jumping up here with the life is so hard and social media makes you want more than what you got. See, here's the problem. Money is real. And you don't want to live in reality. Okay? When you talk about social media and you say, "I know a lot of y'all are depressed because you see people on social media posting stuff and it make you feel like your life ain't as good as theirs," you got to understand that social media is a highlight reel of their life. Well, first of all, you wouldn't have this issue if you wasn't so damn nosy. If you wasn't scrolling through social media all up in other people's business, all up on their pages and shit, you wouldn't know what they got going on to be jealous of it. That's number one. Number two, when you spend time focusing on building for yourself, you ain't got time to be worried about what somebody else is doing. When you vacationing, you ain't got time to be staring at somebody else's vacation photos. When you buying your own shit, you ain't got to worry about staring at what somebody else bought. Because all it boils down to is one simple thing. You suck at life. And instead of just looking in the mirror and saying, damn, man, I suck at life, I got to step my game up, you trying to find somebody to blame for it. Oh, it's the fiat paper money. Oh, it's the lifestyle they're trying to get us to live. Oh, it's social media screwing everybody up. Oh, it's the government. It's the United States. It's the white man. You want to blame everybody except your own black ass. And that's why you suck at life. That's why you can't accomplish nothing. Because it's always somebody else's fault. It's always somebody else. It's always someone else. Somebody else is always the reason. Getting up here on social media, I just want to talk to all you black men that's depressed. You're not alone. I'm not telling no black men that's depressed nothing. If you're a black man and you struggling and you broke, let me tell you the realest thing you will ever hear. You can't afford to be depressed. That is a luxury you do not have. Sack the fuck up and be a grown man. Stop making excuses and feeling sorry for yourself, because guess what? Most people only do that because they're expecting some sympathy. And I'm here to tell you right now, if you're a black man and you're expecting to get some sympathy from somewhere, you're more delusional than I thought. If you're a black man and you're out here talking about, I'm depressed, because you're expecting someone to give you some sympathy, my friend, that is an exercise in futility. You will be waiting until the rapture to get some sympathy as a black man. Do you realize that when it comes to the sympathy list, you are at the bottom of the list? A ugly ass opossum will get sympathy faster than you. The only thing that gets less sympathy than a black man is either a rat or a cockroach. See, I'm not like these other guys. I don't live in this fantasy world. When people talk about red pill, the concept is to recognize reality for what it is. Like, I'm one of the few guys that really does that. See, the reason why I go so hard in the paint is because I know and I understand that my happiness is only in the palm of my own hand. And to be quite honest, that is the best place for it. I don't run around here waiting on sympathy or expecting it, because I know there will be none. If I get some, it's like a bonus, but it damn sure ain't no expectation. I'm not expecting it. And because I'm not expecting it, I don't care about it. You can save your excuses. You can save all your bullshit, because no one wants to hear it. You were born male, which means you grew up to be a man. No one cares about men in general. And they certainly don't care about black men specifically. So all this coming online to try to get some sympathy, talking about, to all of the depressed men and go make some money. Go do something productive. Go solve a problem. Go brainstorm and come up with some damn solutions, instead of sitting around waiting for somebody to come wipe your damn nose, you single mother raised mama's boys. You have no idea how sick I am of y'all. Y'all make me want to vomit. Because all you ever do is show the entire world just how weak you are. That's all you ever do. That's all you ever do. And I'm trying my best to figure out who you're doing that shit for, because black women certainly don't care. And out of everybody in the world, if there was anybody that was going to care, it would be them. So since we know they don't care, who the hell are you doing this for? Who are you doing this for? You ain't trying to get no sympathy from other black men, because other black men don't care about what you got going on, because they got their own problems. And I hope you see this. I hope you see this. I hope and pray to God you see this, because it's disgusting. It's weak and it's bullshit. Now, with everything I said, let me play the first part again. And I want you to think about what he's saying after hearing what I said.
I just got a message on my heart. I just want to share it. Really don't care if it gets likes, who really sees it, if it goes viral or anything like that. But just a message to somebody who needs to hear this, because it's so many people, especially men, black men, battling depression and battling shit every day. And they don't talk about it. They don't speak about it. They don't have any outlets, or they feel lost, feel alone. This message is for you, because you are not alone, my brother. I just want to see, or just want to advise you to just what you focus on, bro. You know, this world that we living in, especially in these states, it is not real in so many words. It's paper money that we chasing, this lifestyle that we chasing, this social media shit that got everybody in a chokehold, who just constantly watching people post highlights of their life, bro. Should be highlights, bro. I'm trying to tell you, because I do the shit. It's highlights. You don't see the times where motherfuckers is in the house, not doing a damn thing, stressing over bills, worried about family members who are ill, if you got a bag, like if your health not right, whatever it might be, bro. Like, everybody is battling something. But a lot of times we think that life is just the highlight reel, when it's not, bro. It's all the struggles, it's all the pain, it's all the shit.
I told you, these niggas can't live without a struggle. They can't live. The struggle is their entire identity. Without it, they don't know who they are. Now, out of everything y'all heard me say, how weak did that sound? How weak did this sound? And you know why he did this? There was no genuine concern here. He did this because he wanted somebody to validate him. That's all he did. He wanted somebody to validate him. That's why he did this. That's why he did this.
Going to prison, it's getting sick, it's getting kicked out your mama house, getting cheated on by your girlfriend.
Getting kicked out your mama house. How old is this nigga? Getting kicked out of your mama's house and cheated on by your girlfriend. That's the benchmark. That's the benchmark. Getting kicked out of your house and cheated on by your girlfriend? Your life is in shambles because your mama kicked you out. See, here's the thing. You should have been gone long before your mama had the opportunity to kick you out the house. That's number one. And number two, if she cheated on you, that wasn't your girl. Move the hell on.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all of the things. But at the end of the day, life is still so fucking beautiful, bro. Because it's what we focus on. We focusing on somebody else's highlights, and we focusing on the downtimes of our life, of things that are not even real, bro. What's real? What's in front of me? The trees, the earth, your life, your breath, your family, your sons, your daughters.
This nigga said the trees and the earth. This nigga said the trees and the earth. What's real? Sky, the trees, the earth. The earth is real. It's real, y'all. You do know that the money that we have, part of it comes from trees and from the earth because it's a combination of cotton and paper. But you just got through saying that the paper money wasn't real. But the earth that produced the cotton and the trees that produced the paper, you just got through saying that they were real. I hate to be petty, but I got to be petty. I got to be petty. The earth is real. It's the beautiful stuff that's in front of me. That's what's real. This is why the Bible says a man cannot live on bread alone.
Your mothers, like that is the real shit. And if that's what we can find a way to focus on and find a way to
Damn it. It just refuses to do what it's supposed to.
I just got a message on what's real, what's in front of me, the trees, the earth, your life, your breath, your family, your sons, your daughters, your mothers, like that is the real shit.
Now, I want you to notice something that he just did. How many of y'all noticed it? That's how I know he's a single mother-raised dude. That's how I know he's a single mother-raised dude. Did you notice it? I'm going to play it again.
In my opinion, you cannot.
I just got a message on my times of our life of things that are not even real, bro. What's real? What's in front of me? The trees, the earth, your life, your breath, your family, your sons, your daughters, your mothers. Like that is the real shit.
Your sons, your daughters, your mothers. What about your fathers? You worthless. What about your fathers?
Shit. And if that's what we can find a way to focus on and find a way to have gratitude and find a way to have some type of appreciation for just waking up every day. You know how hard it is for our body to function, my nigga. Like for real, like your lungs, your organ, your heart.
And shut the fuck up, man. I'm done listening to this goofy ass shit, bro. I swear to God, bro. Oh my God, y'all have no earthly idea how freaking annoying these dudes be. You have no earthly idea. Oh my God. Weakest shit I've ever seen in my life. Weakest shit I've ever seen in my life, bro. Yo, we still need 5 people. Oh my God. Am I going to have to change my contact? I think I'm going to have to change my contact lens. Oh my God. Y'all hold on 1 second while I go change my contact lens. Hold on, y'all. My bad, y'all. That's better. Jesus. Whole lot better. Might be this fan drying my contacts out. Okay, so like I was saying, I've never lived. Well, that's not the right way to say that. Let me rephrase that. Out of all of the years that I've been living, I have never seen a time where men have been this weak. I've never seen it, bro. I've seen men. I've seen men go through a hell of a lot more than what men go through today and never say a mumbling word about it. Like never. They never bring it up. They never say anything. They just carry it. They just carry it. They live their life. They carry it. They keep it moving. But today, this level of weakness is just, it's unbelievable. Oh wow. We had that many people leave up out of here because I had to go change my contact lens. That's interesting. That's another thing too. This short attention span. This short attention span that people have nowadays. They can't even wait a couple of minutes. They have the attention span of a damn squirrel. So we've got 17 people. We need 3 more people for the Bino roll call. We need 3 more people for the Bino roll call. And then we can get to the main topics. Let's see. .com. Let's see. Like I said, you guys, we need 3 more people so we can get the Bino roll call going. We need 2 more people. We need 2 more people. See, while we're waiting on those 2 people, let's go on to the next joint. Speaking of women lying, I want y'all to check this video out real quick, and you tell me what this is.
Went from having a corporate career to being a stay-at-home mom to door dashing in the rain for $2 tips. Let this be a lesson to never, ever, 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 ever trust that a man is always going to take care of you. Ever. Ever.
Like I said, speaking of women lying through their teeth, I'm going to run it back one more time.
Went from having a corporate career to being a stay-at-home mom to door dashing in the rain for $2 tips. Let this be a lesson to never, ever, 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 ever trust that a man is always going to take care of you. Ever. Ever.
So, let's start here. At some point, you women that suck at life, you're no different, bro. To everybody watching, this is no different than the guy I just showed you. This is no different than the guy I just showed you. Human beings adapt. This is what we're good at. But I don't know if y'all realize it or not, but in recent years, when the economy changed, when things shifted, a lot of us adapted and a lot of us didn't. And that's just real. A lot of us adapted and recognized, okay, things are changing. We got to move differently. And we adapted. And a lot of these people didn't. And now they want to blame everything on everybody. So let's start here with this, right? This lady is no different than the guy I just showed you that sucks at life. Only difference is she wants to blame her ex-husband, if she even had a husband, right? Because what did she say? She said she went from having a corporate job to being a stay-at-home wife to getting $2 tips doing DoorDash in the rain. Now, the first thing that I'm confused about is how you got cash tips doing DoorDash. That's the first thing I'm confused about. Maybe somebody decided they wanted to give her a couple of dollars. Maybe that's what happened, right? Then you bring up the fact that you're in the rain. What does that have to do with anything? Are you walking the DoorDashes? We know you're not walking the DoorDashes. You're not walking from your house to the restaurant, getting the food, and then walking to someone's house to deliver the food. We know that. The only way you're in the rain is when you get out of your car to go in the restaurant, and then when you get back in your car, and then you get out of your car to walk to the person's door. That's the only time that you're in the rain. And we have a thing for that. It's called an umbrella. It's called an umbrella. And if you were working your corporate job, you would still have the same circumstance. Because when you leave your house to go outside and get in your car and it's raining, You're in the rain. When you go to your job in corporate America, you got to get out of your car to go into the office. You're probably getting rained on. But that doesn't raise the biggest question. Here's the biggest question. Or better yet, I got a statement for you. And this is how I know. This is how I know this is a lie. QD exec know what I'm talking about. He already ahead of me, right? This is how I know this woman is lying through her teeth. Ma'am, the reason I know you're lying is because you becoming a stay-at-home mom didn't take away your ability to work a corporate job. You said you had a corporate job, which means you had some qualifications to work at that job. You becoming a stay-at-home mom didn't take those qualifications away. So if you did have a corporate job and you quit your corporate job in order to be a stay-at-home mom, and then your husband divorced you, and now you no longer have a husband to take care of you, why can't you get your corporate job back? You know what I think it is? I think you had your corporate job because before you got a husband, you knew you had to take care of yourself. And so you went and you did what you had to do to get that corporate job, and you worked your behind off and all of that. And then when you got a husband that was willing to take care of you, you're like, oh, it's easy street now. And you got used to being on easy street. And so when he divorced you or you divorced him, whichever one it was, and I would love to know the backstory, who did what and why that happened. But anyway, when it came time for you to start taking care of yourself again, you decided to try to take the easy route, which is to DoorDash instead of getting that corporate job back. Is that what it is? Am I getting close? Am I getting close? You got used to having a husband taking care of you, and now that he's not taking care of you, you just want everybody to know that he's a scumbag because he no longer takes care of you, and now you got a DoorDash in the rain instead of taking your ass back to your corporate job. But how is any of that his fault? How is any of that his fault? You signed up for that. You agreed to that. How is any of that his fault? I swear, bro, I told my wife this earlier because I was like, yo, my wife had a freaking corporate job before I met her. If we were no longer together, I know exactly what she would do. She would go back and get her corporate job and continue doing her side business that she does now. I know what she would do, right? But like I told my wife, I was like, yo, it is amazing to me how many of these women whose life starts sucking and they want to blame some guy for it. I said, if dudes dropped dead because their exes were talking crazy about them, you would be at a bar and you would just start seeing random guys just fall over. They would just fall off the bar stool. You'd be like, what the heck? If these women talking crazy about their exes caused them to die, like you would see guys dropping left and right, bro. They can never take accountability for their own crap. They can't. They can't. It's like, it's like the chick is like, well, I agreed to be a stay-at-home wife and he was taking care of me as long as we was married, and now we're not married anymore and he don't take care of me. Okay. Would you want some sympathy? There's dudes out here that married a woman that they agreed to take care of, that said that she was going to love him forever, and she didn't. She slept with the pool boy, cheated on him with the pool boy, divorced him, and now she's living in the house with the pool boy, and he's still paying the damn mortgage. So you're looking in the wrong place for some sympathy. I don't know why, bro. Let me tell you something. If a guy divorces a woman, if a guy marries a woman and she had a corporate job before he met her, and then when he marries her, he tells her, I'm going to take care of you, this, that, third, you ain't got to work. And she agrees, okay, I'm going to stay at home and be a stay-at-home wife, right? And then one day he decides he don't want to be with you no more, and he decides to divorce you. And the biggest penalty is that you got to work because he's no longer taking care of you. That's what you want us to cry about? That's what you want us to feel bad for you about? Ma'am, you have men out here whose wives divorced them and literally ruin their lives, ruin their finances, take a huge chunk of their money that they've worked for years for, that they've worked most of their lives for. And you want us to feel bad for you because you got a job doing DoorDash, which is the equivalent of being an independent contractor, which means you do it whenever you feel like doing. You want us to feel bad for you because you're DoorDashing in the rain. There are men out here right now that are DoorDashing in the rain. There are women right now who have never had a husband take care of them, DoorDashing in the rain. Who gives a shit if you got a DoorDash in the rain, ma'am? Who cares? Who cares? This was just your moment to try to bash men. Listen, ladies, don't ever let no man trick you into allowing him to take care of you. That's what you sound like. You acting like he tricked you. You didn't have to marry him. You didn't have to quit your job. You didn't have to do none of that. But the reason why you quit your job is the very same reason that you're complaining about DoorDashing right now, because you want somebody to take care of you. Always have and always will. And so now you want the whole world to feel sorry for you because that nigga decided not to take care of you no more. Grown-ass woman. Grown-ass woman. But you know the part you ain't telling us? The reason he stopped taking care of you. That's the part you ain't telling us. The reason he stopped taking care of you. The reason you're no longer with him. The reason he divorced you. That's the part you ain't telling us. That's the part you ain't telling us, and that's the part you ain't gonna tell us. In fact, let me go to your page and see if you got any. Let's see. Let's scroll back and see if there's a. Let's scroll back. Hold on. And that's why.
Not the third, not the first time. The first time somebody shows you who the fuck they are, leave that nigga the first time you play in your face. Not the second, not the third, not the first time. The first time somebody shows you who the fuck they are, hit the deuces on their ass. It ain't changing. It is a character flaw. It is very seldom that men with character flaws, such as narcissism, lying, cheating, avoiding attachments.
You don't even know what the hell narcissism is. You don't even know what narcissism is. I'm going to tell you what narcissism is. It's this. It's what you're doing right now. Thinking that everybody on the internet gives a damn about your personal business. That's narcissism. That's what's so ironic about it. What you are literally doing online is narcissism.
Styles, it's very seldom that they change. So again, the very first time that man plays in your face, leave. And
that's why your ass is doing DoorDash right now.
I know it's not easy to do, right? I know it's not easy to do. And you think about like, wow, like it's going to hurt so bad, right? But would you rather like leave and then heal from that?
Shut your ass up. That's why you're doing DoorDash right now. That's why you doing DoorDash right now. That's why you doing DoorDash right now, sis. That's why you doing DoorDash right now. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's why you doing DoorDash right now. So guess what? You can't be mad at nobody but yourself. In fact, let me show y'all something. This is the perfect representation of what dating is like in 2026. This is what dating is like in 2026. This is women's expectation and men's response. Oh my God. Oh. That shouldn't be that funny, bro. But it is. It is. It's so funny. Oh my God.
It's time for the Beano Roll Call.
Yes, indeed. It's time for the Beano Roll Call. Shout out to a Burn King in the building.
That's that Beano energy.
Appreciate you, bruh. Let's see. Shout out to Young Kaluminati. He said, for the head Beano in charge.
That's that Beano energy.
Let's see. Shout out to you, brother. See if we got any more dubs. Shout out to John. He said, just paying my tuition. Appreciate you, bruh.
That's that. That's that. Be no energy.
Let's see. Where's John at? Where is John? There we go, right there. And shout out to my man Forever Studios on the Cash App side of the game. Shout out to Forever Studios. Forever Studios said, blessings, Angry Man, with the salute. Appreciate you, bruh.
That boy good.
Appreciate that love, fam. Let's see. Shout out to a Burn King in the building. Appreciate you, broski.
That's that. That's that. Be no energy.
Let's see. Shout out to Gone Postal on the Cash App side of the game with the salute.
That's that. That's that. Be no energy.
Let's see who else we got. Shout out to Adam. Adam Jam said, don't talk back. Let's see. Appreciate you. Shout out to Sazi in the building. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shout out to Hidden Knowledge. He said, AM, as a lighter skinned brother, I am at the bottom at the sympathy list. Yes, sir. You know it. Let's see who else we got. Shout out to Adam Jam said, yet he is on social media. Get the hell out of here. Appreciate ya. See who else we got. Shout out to JG the Specialist. Said, love the show, AM. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shout out to Mauricio. Said, this chick at my job got free PTO because she lapsed on her SSRIs and just couldn't get out of bed. They just gave her PTO, no termination, no warning. Yeah, because they do what they want to do, bro. They do what they want to do. That's why listening to them complain is it's annoying. It's annoying. They got it made and they try to act like life is so hard for them. Shout out to Hidden Knowledge. Said the Mayans were onto something when they said the world ended in 2012. Society took a nosedive after that. As for the weak men of today, that's a testament to the declining testosterone. That's a fact. That is a fact. Let's see. Shout out to 50% Simp. Appreciate you. See who else we got. Shout out to Omar on the Cash App side. He said nothing for nothing. Trust gang. Let's see. Shout out to Dark Power on the Cash App side of the game. Appreciate you. Shout out to T-Bone. Appreciate you. Shout out to Constructicon. He said, preach, Angry Man. And shout out to Get Over Here, Finish Her, said rats get more sympathy because people have them as pets. That's crazy. That's crazy. But shout out to everybody for contributing to the Beano roll call. Anybody donating after that 20, we will get to your donation during the super chat portion of the show. So I want to talk about this Roland Martin situation. Let me see if I can pull this up. Let's see. Roland Martin side chick.
What's up, you guys? So today's evening walk topic of conversation is Roland Martin. So as y'all may have heard by now, he allegedly has a side piece, and he was sending this side piece selfies of himself in a leopard thong. I don't find that surprising. The other part of the gossip, allegations, whatever you want to call it, that I don't find surprising is that he is allegedly on video allowing her to tap that thing with one of those things that the studs keep in their backpack. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Now, I am absolutely not surprised, okay? I made a video about 2 years ago. Actually, it was September of 2024, so it's pinned actually. I made a video about 2 years ago, and I was saying that alpha males, or, men, that think for themselves, speak for themselves, stand up for themselves, traditional masculine males don't really follow Roland Martin like that. They don't rock with Roland Martin like that, okay? So, for the most part, most people agree with me, men-wise anyway, and women who know what's up. But I had a few, questionable guys, a few beta males, or, back in the day, we called them hen-pecked. I had a few hen-pecked dudes attack me for, saying something negative about Roland Martin or whatever, because, that's their style. You know what I'm saying? But I remember this video and I pinned it because I was so excited, because I had a few people come tell me like, hey, you're trending on Twitter. Tariq Nasheed shared your video. And I didn't even have a Twitter at that time. Shout out to the Black Man is God on TikTok. He actually is the one who posted the video on Twitter, and Tariq Nasheed shared it. And y'all know I'm an OG Tariq Nasheed fan, way back to Mac Lessons and all that stuff. I love Tariq Nasheed. So I was so excited that he shared my video. I was at my son's football game. He was playing middle school football. And that's when I started seeing the messages from people telling me that Tariq Nasheed had shared my video. So I'll never forget that. I was so excited. I don't know what's going on with that vehicle, but not trying to be funny or nothing like that. I'm just saying. But anyway, yeah. So I'm not surprised at all to hear about Roland Martin. Actually, in that video, it's pinned. But if you go down in the comments, there's a gentleman that's going off on me. I mean, he was so emotional about me clowning Roland. So I was like, Alexa, play Carl Thomas Emotional. And it was just a funny time. It was a funny time. And yeah, so I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I'm going to finish my walk. Y'all have a good evening. And I hope that y'all's upcoming week is full of blessings and opportunities. Peace out.
So, let me start by saying, y'all already know that I have absolutely no love for Roland Martin. I can't stand Roland Martin, and I can't stand Negroes that have his political views. I can't stand his whole black bourgeoisie in his eyes, you're not. Like, he reminds me of those black people, like, because every time I've seen him posting on social media, he's doing that fraternity dance, and he just reminds me of the black bourgeoisie, you know, the Negroes that, you know, only want to be around the college educated black people, and you know, they act like they're for the lower class black people, but really it's hard to describe. It's like that talented 10th crap, right? It's the group of black people that should be like the Huxtable class, but they never want to call out the sexy reds and the little bootsies and you know, and in my personal opinion, I think the reason why they don't want to call out the lower class Negroes is because that's who they make money off of. In my opinion, right? That's who they make money off of. They, you know, they don't want the lower class ignorant black folk to stop being ignorant black folk, because if they did, then they would be out of a job. You feel me? And I'm gonna dive deeper into that when I get to the main topic about the in-between, because most of us are not in either of those categories. We're not in the bourgeoisie class, the elite black people that got all of this education and the connections and all of that. And we also don't fit into the little bootsies and sexy red category either. We're in the middle. We're normal. So I'm gonna get to that, which is the main reason why I wanted to talk about this topic in this show, because it relates to the main topic of the in-between, the balanced black person compared to these extreme fringes of black people, right? These black people that are on the fringes, right? But y'all know I don't like Roland Martin. I got no love for him in any way, shape, or form. But regardless, and let me say this, that the idea that he's probably allegedly getting pegged, that's just nasty work. That's crazy. That's wild. It's not surprising, but it's wild, right? But nevertheless, regardless of what we're talking about as it pertains to Roland Martin's sunny disposition or his political viewpoints, my question is, who gives a shit? Who cares if he has a side chick? And who cares what they do in the bedroom when he's with his side chick? That's how I feel. Now, there's going to be a whole bunch of people that's going to disagree with me. Like, number one, this woman right here, I found it really disturbing that she was so pleased, not only to hear about this news, but to get up here and talk about it. Is anyone else disturbed by this? Like, she looks like one of those she looks like a church lady. You know what I'm saying? She looks like one of those modest church lady black ladies. Like, is it just me, or was this disturbing that she was so eager to talk about this? And yeah, you know, like, she was giddy. Like, she was giddy about this, right? But regardless, this is what annoys me about these type of conversations, right? So every once in a while, there will be a hold on for a second. So every once in a while, somebody notable, some guy that's notable, right? A married guy that is either, well, he doesn't even have to be married. He could just be in a relationship, right? Every once in a while, some notable, famous guy of notoriety that's either in a long-term relationship or married, it'll come out that he has a side chick. And the entire world will have a collective gasp. They'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe he's cheating on his wife, or that he's cheating on his woman, right? And my question is this: at what point in this society are we going to stop defining men by women? That is a legitimate question. I really want to know an answer to that. At what point in this society are we going to stop defining men based upon their interactions with women, how they deal with women, whether they're faithful to women? At what point are we going to stop doing that? Because if we being totally honest, we don't even got to leave it on Roland Martin. We can put this on anybody. Just like that coach, the coach that was in a relationship with Nia Long. And they found out that he was messing with some chick at his job. And you know, everybody feels so bad for Nia Long. It's like, I can't believe he was cheating on. What the hell does him having a side chick have to do with his ability to be a coach? What does like Bryn said she wasn't complaining about his side chick. She was talking about what that side chick does. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. The only reason she's even talking about it is because he cheated on his wife. That's the only reason. The only reason, look, how many scandals do we see where a woman loses her job because we found out she cheated on her husband? I'll wait. I'll wait. How many scandals do we see where a woman loses her high-paying job because we found out she was cheating on her husband? So most of y'all are saying not many. Do you know why that is? You want to know the reason why that is? Press 1 if you want to know why. even if you find out that a woman was cheating on her husband, it's never a big deal. It never gets the same type of sensationalized news. Whenever a famous guy is caught cheating on his wife, it's front page news. The reason why when a famous woman, is caught cheating on her husband, it's not front page news, it's not a big deal, is because we do not base our opinion of women on how they treat men in this society. In this society as a whole, how you as a woman treat men in general is not a measurement of your character. But for every man in this society, how you treat women is the determining factor whether you're a worthwhile man. So, how women treat men is never a direct reflection of who they are as a person in this society. It should be, but it's not. It's not. Nobody says in general, maybe in these spaces you'll hear it, but nobody in general says, well, I want a woman that treats her father with respect, because however she interacts with her father is how she's going to treat me. You don't hear, outside of red pill spaces, you don't hear guys talking like that. But you know what you will hear? If you want to know what type of man you dealing with, just look at how he treat his mama. And even in these spaces, if you get into a back and forth with a woman, or a woman that's a black woman, the first thing she's gonna say to you is, how you gonna talk to me like that? Ain't your mama black? Do you got black daughters? As if it is impossible for you as a man to treat an individual woman a certain way because of who she is, and not because of the fact that she's simply a woman. So for you, how you treat women in general is a reflection of you as a man. Jonathan Majors had an issue with one woman, and lost basically his career. My wife said to me, she said, Jonathan Majors posted something about Robert Downey Jr. playing Dr. Doom, right? And he said something to the effect of, must be nice, right? Must be nice to be given a second shot. In fact, let me see if I can find the tweet. Let's see. Okay, let me see if I can find it. So it says Jonathan Majors breaks silence on Robert Downey Jr. replacing him in new Avengers movie, right? So let me see if I can pull this up. So let's see. It says Jonathan Majors breaks silence on Robert Downey Jr. replacing him in new Avengers movie. He said, heartbroken, of course. I love Kane. Dr. Doom is wicked, though. I think it's fair that Mr. Downey is being and has been greeted with patience and curiosity and love after his own history of legal troubles and allowed to work his art and be creative at that level, right? And, you know, he's kind of alluding to the fact that they're giving Robert Downey Jr. a second chance. But here's the part that Jonathan Majors doesn't realize. The reason why they're willing to give Robert Downey Jr. a second chance is because his legal troubles back in the day involved drug addiction. And that is a much easier redemption story than some domestic violence situation. See, I'm telling you right now, in this modern era, men are judged primarily on their treatment of women. Your treatment of women determines whether you can get a job, whether you can keep a job, whether you're going to get job opportunities in the future, whether you're going to be treated like a human being in polite society. Let's be real. Now, women can treat men like crap, and it has no bearing on their character or who they are. There's a woman that's in the news right now, a white lady, for strangling her 3 children. In fact, not only did she strangle her 3 children, but she literally tricked her husband into leaving and calculated how long he was going to be gone. She gave her husband a bunch of errands to run and had calculated how long it would take him to do those errands so she would know she had enough time to strangle these children. And she methodically strangled them one by one. And guess what? In the comment section of every single video that's talking about it are a bunch of women making excuses. In the comment section, there are a bunch of women making excuses because guess what? How that woman treated her husband or her children has absolutely nothing to do with her individually for some odd reason. For some odd reason. Now, if you think I'm lying, hold on for a second. Did I save it? Did I save it? I thought I saved it. Let's see. Is this it? Here it is right here.
She murdered 3 of her children? Yes. Do I think she should go to prison for it? No, probably not. Case wants her to go to prison for murdering her children. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Murdered her 3 children. She strangled them all with exercise bands. As that it was premeditated, that she intentionally sent her husband out of the house, mapped out how long he was going to be gone, and used that opportunity to commit these murders and then tried unsuccessfully to end her own life. But her defense is saying she was not in her right state of mind and she cannot be held criminally responsible for what she did. And looking at it on its face, I tend to agree with the defense. Now, I have
Now, hold on. Let's rewind. I'm going to read each message that they put in the comments. I'm going to read each message they put in the comments.
She was not in her right state of mind and she cannot be held criminally responsible for what she did. And looking at it on its face, I tend to agree with the defense. Now, I have
He was poisoning her. I can feel it. Yet he didn't shed a tear. Every person in her life failed her. Poor woman. Hey guys. Excuse me. Her husband is literally one of her victims. Poor guy. Someone said under that, she is one of his victims, and he's the reason this happened. Poor woman. Was he having an affair with his now wife? Could that be? Could it be that she knew about it? This is textbook postpartum psychosis. Her mind is in another world. Absolutely not. As someone that experienced postpartum psychosis, what happened to her medically was completely negligent. The doctors need to be held criminal, not her. She begged. I pray for mercy for this woman. She pleaded for help, and no one would help her. As someone who has had postpartum psychosis, I know how easy this could happen.
Schizophrenic man who sliced the throat of his 3-year-old son before dumping his body down a disused mine shaft wants to visit the boy's grave.
Show this man no mercy, none. Now, it was just talking about a schizophrenic man that took out one of his kids, right? Show this man no mercy, none. No way. That's not good full on. He did what? Absolutely not. What the F? The world is so sick. Poor baby. That's so wrong. They shouldn't let him out. Was he not? I want nothing but the absolute worst for him. Mental health should not be allowed to be used as an excuse for crime. He should never be allowed to be released. What you just saw is the reason that we don't care if mothers, excuse me, not mothers. What you just saw is the reason our society pretty much doesn't care if pregnant women delete their babies in the womb, but we get pissed off if men don't take care of them after they have them. Notice how when this woman took out her kids, no one cared about the father who's grieving over the loss of his kids. No one even cared about the children that lost their lives. All they cared about was trying to rescue that woman from accountability. But when it's a guy that does something to women, children, animals, whatever, now we have all the sympathy in the world for the victims and the people affected by this. Now it's time to pull out the torches and the pitchforks. And where I'm telling you all of this comes from, it comes from this idea in our society that whenever a man does even the least little thing that a woman doesn't like, it means that he's a horrible person. But we never judge women by that same standard. Women can treat men like crap all day long, and nobody cares. It's just like when I was over on the Untouchables the other day, right? And I had to battle a couple of simps. The question that was asked was, if a woman comes to a guy's crib for Netflix and chill, or if a woman comes to a guy's crib to watch a movie, and the guy wants to have sex and she says she doesn't want to have sex, is he wrong to kick her out of his house? And so my argument was, all of us in this society know what Netflix and chill means. We all know it. We all know when a guy asks a woman, you want to come over and watch a movie, he's probably expecting to have sex. Most of us understand that if a guy invites you to his apartment or his house at nighttime, it usually means he wants to have sex. It is very rare that a guy is going to invite a woman that he is romantically interested in to his house after dark unless he wants to have sex. We know this. Now, him expecting sex doesn't mean he should get sex. I'm not saying that. If she doesn't want to have sex, he has to respect that and move on. However, if he doesn't want her in his house after that, she has to respect that. See, the problem is we want to talk constantly about the respectability of women and what their rights are and all of this. And we can't question any of it under no circumstances. But on the flip side, we want to question the men and their rights and what they can say no to. So guess what? If a woman comes over to a guy's house and the guy is expecting sex, and when he alludes to the fact that he's ready to have sex and she says no, then he has to respect that. Period. There's no questioning that. None of that. She did not give him consent to have sex. So guess what? He can't have sex with her. But the moment that she says that, and he now decides, I don't want you in my house, she needs to leave. She needs to leave. This is not, and see, the reason why they asked the question is because they wanted to know, is he a piece of crap for putting her out? Based on our societal rules, everybody's going to say, yes, he's a piece of crap. Why is he a piece of crap for putting her out, but she's not a piece of crap for not having sex with him? Well, hold on, angry man. Hold on, angry man. She's not a piece of crap. She don't got to have sex with him if she don't want to. He's not a piece of crap. He doesn't have to allow her to stay in his house after that if he doesn't want to. Why is that an implication of his character, but not an implication of her character? And some of you are going to say, well, come on, Angry Man, that's not an implication. What are you talking about? Well, let me break it down for you. This is what I was trying to explain to those simps over there, and they just couldn't get it. They just couldn't understand it. So let me put it into perspective for you so that you can understand it, right? And it'll all be made clear to you. It will all be crystal clear. Let's say, for argument's sake, that a guy walks up to a random woman and says to the woman, hey, my name is so-and-so. What's your name? She says her name. In fact, I'll put names to it to make it specific. Guy walks up to a woman. He says, hey, my name is Mike. What's your name? And she says, my name is Tanya. Well, hi, Tanya. I saw you across the room and I thought you were attractive, and I figured I would come over here and ask you for your phone number. She's like, okay. She gives him the phone number. Now, a couple of days after that, he calls her up and they start chatting on the phone. Now, for the next few weeks, they not only chat on the phone, but they go on dates and all of these different things. And while they're chatting, he talks about how she's the most wonderful woman in the world. He's never met anybody like her. She's awesome. All of these things. How he would love to he could see himself being with her forever. He could see himself in a long-term relationship with her. He could see himself one day marrying her. He could see himself one day having kids with her. I wonder what our kids would look like. Y'all know the spiel, right? This entire time, he seems like the perfect guy. They go out on dates. He's a total gentleman. He opens doors for her. He's polite. He's cordial. They talk on the phone until they fall asleep. It's just the most awesome thing in the world. And then one day, she decides to have sex with him. They have sex, and then after they have sex, he never calls her again. Here's my question to everybody watching this. Did he lead her on? Did he act like the perfect gentleman and say all of those wonderful things because he wanted her to have the impression that he was looking for a long-term relationship so that she would let her guard down and have sex with him? I want every last one of you in here that said no to know that you are all horrible people, because he was absolutely leading her on. He gave her the impression that he wanted a long-term relationship. He gave her the impression that he was going to stick around just so she would have sex with him. And once he got the sex, never called her again. That's literally the definition of leading somebody on. I don't know why y'all are acting like y'all don't know this. I don't know why y'all acting like y'all don't fucking know this. Better yet, let me ask you this way. If a guy did that to your fucking daughter, would you think he was leading her on? If some guy did that to your daughter, to your daughter, your little girl, he was absolutely leading her on, right? Now, regardless of whether he led her on or not, it was her decision to have sex. So that part she has to own. That part she has to own. But you can see where he did something that gave her the impression or the idea that maybe this was going to become a long-term relationship. And guess what? We can't be mad at her for thinking that, because that's what he was projecting. That's what he was projecting. Now, in the society that we live in, we look at guys that do this as scumbags. I'm going to say it again. The guy that meets a woman and leads her on to believe that he wants a long-term relationship, only to ghost her after he gets the draws, we view this guy as a scumbag. Maybe not all of us in here, but the society views him as a scumbag. Wouldn't you agree? Because the only reason that the girl or the woman, the only reason that the woman was willing to have sex is because she thought it was going somewhere. Now, of course, I'm not talking about these chicks today. I'm talking about the type of woman that doesn't just have sex with every guy. So we need to preface that. I'm not talking about women that have sex with whoever. I'm not talking about the women that have hot girl summers. I'm not talking about city girls. I'm talking about the type of woman that's careful about who she deal with. This particular woman only had sex with this guy because he gave the illusion or the appearance that the relationship was going to go somewhere. When a guy does that, we call him a scumbag. We say that he's a piece of shit. So here's my question. When a guy asks a woman to come over to his house to watch a movie at night, and she agrees to it, is that woman leading him on? Now, a lot of you are saying yes. And if you're saying yes, you're right. Because when you compare the two, when you break it down, right, there's a game being played. And this is how the game works. When a guy says, hey, do you want to come over to my house and Netflix and chill? He doesn't care that much about the Netflix and chill. That's a polite way of him saying, I want to have sex. The woman knows this. But if that woman wants to spend quality time with a guy for whatever reason, without having sex, she's going to pretend that when he said Netflix and chill, he really meant Netflix and chill, when she knows damn well that the subtext of that is, I want to have sex. So what she does is she pretends that she is acknowledging the subtext, because she knows if she says to him, well, I'll come and watch a movie, but we're not having sex, he's going to be like, well, never mind then. But she doesn't want him to say never mind. She still wants to go over there. So what does she want out of him that she knows she's not going to get if she doesn't leave it vague enough for him to think that the possibility of sex is still there? What does she want out of him? Companionship. Companionship. She wants to go over there. She likes the guy. She wants to spend time with him, but maybe she just doesn't want to have sex yet. But she doesn't want to discourage him. So in her mind, it's, how can I go over there without having sex and still be able to spend time with him? Well, easy. When he says Netflix and chill, and I know he means sex, I'm going to pretend that he really means Netflix and chill. And then when I get over there, if he tries to have sex, then I'll say, no, I don't want to have sex. She led him on. She led him on. Instead of making it known off the rip, we're not going to have sex, and giving him the option of retracting the invitation, instead of ending up in the goofy situation where she's over there at his house and now the subtext doesn't matter. Do you get what I'm saying? Now look at it on the other side. What does the guy want from that girl? He wants sex. But he knows the only way to get sex is to pretend like he wants the relationship. See, the same way the girl is acting like she doesn't know that Netflix and chill is really about sex, he's acting like he doesn't know that this woman only wants to have sex because she wants a relationship. The only reason it's different is because men are in attack mode. Men give and women receive. So for the man, he's acting like the relationship is what he wants when he really doesn't, because he wants the sex. For the woman, she's acting like his invitation for Netflix and chill is really Netflix and chill because she wants to spend the time. She just doesn't want to have sex. So in both cases, both individuals are leading the other person on. The only difference is that one is doing the pursuing and the other is doing the accepting. That's what makes it different, right? But both of them are leading the person on. And the way we look at it is that woman is not a scumbag. Because, well, she just wanted to spend time with him. Yeah, but she knew he wanted to have sex. So what? With the man, we look at him like a scumbag. We don't get to say, well, he just wanted to have sex. Oh my God, he's disgusting. And when we say, well, that's why he alluded to the fact or made it seem like he was willing to be in a long-term relationship, nobody's going to say, so what? We're going to say, oh, that's disgusting. Because for some odd reason, men are not allowed to be deceptive to get what we want. But women are allowed to be deceptive and get what they fucking want. A woman can go in the bathroom and make her face look like something that it's not in order to go out and get the man that they want. You know what that's the equivalent of? A woman putting on makeup before she goes out into the dating world is the equivalent of a man wearing fake jewelry. Of a man making a fake screenshot of his bank account. Of a man walking around with a knot of play money or prop money. That's what that's the equivalent of. Now, if a guy was walking around with fake jewelry, a knot of prop money, we look at him like he's the lamest person on planet Earth. But these women get to walk around here with, waist trainers, makeup, all kinds of shit that enhances and makes them look something that they're not. Right? But again, going back to my original point, the reason why I don't give a shit about this Roland Martin situation is because the only person on planet Earth that should be upset about him having a side chick is his motherfucking wife. Period. No one else should care, and it shouldn't be something we use to assess his character. We already don't like Roland Martin. That's painfully obvious. But what's hilarious to me is how right now at this moment, this is being used to make the people that do like him not like him, and it's a crock of shit. It's a crock of shit. And I'm sorry, like, as much as I don't like Roland Martin, I'm a man first. I'm a man first, and I'm not one of those people that if I dislike a dude, I'm going to stand by and be cool with that dude being mistreated, not because of his character, but because simply he's a man. Because here's the thing that I understand, right? Regardless of Roland Martin's politics, regardless of his ideology, regardless of his sunny disposition, regardless of who he is as a man, if I'm cool with y'all judging him based on how women think he is, you do that same shit to me. You'll do the same shit to me and any other man. Because this shit ain't got nothing to do with his politics. Y'all do this to all men. For some odd reason, we live in this society where y'all think that the judgment of a man is based on the women around him, and it's fucking disgusting. Now, you want proof of it? Here's proof of it. You know what makes a man a simp? Most people will be like, because he's treating women a certain way and he's... Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What really makes a man a simp, if you really sat there and looked at it, if you really sat there and dissected it, what really makes a man a simp is how his woman treats him. Let that sink in for a second. Let it sink in for a second. Let it sink in, and I want you to think about the implications of that. What really makes a man a simp is how his woman treats him. This is the reason why a lot of these guys in these spaces are anti-marriage. Because you can't be married to a woman and treat her right without being labeled a simp. You cannot be married to a woman and treat her right without being labeled a simp. The reason why is because everything a simp does for a raggedy woman is the same thing that a good man does for a good woman. I'm going to say that again. Everything that a simp does for a raggedy, unworthy woman is the same thing a good man does for a good and worthy woman. And that's why most of the guys in these spaces that talk this shit, they stay single. Because they know that if they get into a relationship with a good woman and they treat that woman good, they are not going to be able to escape the simp label. Now, this is where the problem comes in. This is where the problem comes in. The problem comes in where you realize that if being a simp is simply based upon how the woman treats you, because if you take a good man that's with a good woman, he's paying all the bills, he's buying the woman nice stuff, he's opening doors for her, he's protecting her, all of that stuff, you'll say, that's a good man. Because his woman is functioning in a way where you can say, well, she's worthy of all of that stuff. But if you take that same man and put him with a woman that is trying to use him, And he continues to be the man he always been. Now it looks different. Now it looks different. But it's just him being him. He's doing the same thing that he did when he was with this other chick. So that's just him. That's just who he is. And now he's with a chick that's trying to use him and this, that, and the third. And now you're looking at him like, oh, you're a simp. Guess what that means? That means that you are judging that man not on the merit of who he is, but you're judging him based on how the woman treats him. So by that logic, a man can only be what his woman treats him. That means you are defining men by how the women treat them. If a woman treats a guy like shit, he's a sucker. He's a simp. He's a lame. He's a square. If that woman treats him like gold, he's a pimp. He's a player. Y'all ain't even realizing it. You're not even realizing it. The way these women run around here talking about these women are male-centered. You men are female-centered. You're not judging men based off of who they are as men. And some of you are going to be like, well, Angry Man, wait a minute. If the dude was with a good woman and he's paying all the bills and protecting her and doing this, and then that dude gets with a raggedy woman, shouldn't we judge him for treating that woman like he treated the last one? Shouldn't we say that that woman, shouldn't we say that he shouldn't be doing that for that woman? Why do we even have to present it like that? Why do we always have to present everything as if it's the man's fault? If a woman is a good woman and she's with a good man, you say, that's a good woman. He's lucky to have her. But if that same good woman is with a raggedy man, you don't say she's a damn fool. You know what you say? You say, that's a good woman and he don't deserve her. And why do you do this? Because you don't judge women based off of how their interaction is with the men. You judge them based on their own self-contained autonomy, which is crazy because women are the main ones that walk around here acting like they don't have no damn agency. You give them more respect. They act like they have no agency. In other words, they don't act like they're making decisions. They act like the world is just happening to them. And even in that, you still give them more respect than you give men. Men are the ones who walk around with autonomy. Men are the ones who are willing to take accountability for everything. Right? But instead of giving them grace because they do that, you weaponize it against them. You make everything their fault. Why do you need to make everything the man's fault when he's already willing to be accountable? Why? If a man is a good man to a good woman, and you look at that and you say, well, that's a good man. She's lucky to be with him. That same good man is with a raggedy woman. Instead of saying he's a sucker, instead of saying he's a lame, why is it you never say that woman don't deserve him? And sooner or later, he gonna kick her to the damn curb. Why do men have to change the way we operate and move because these women want to be raggedy? That's the part I've never understood. Now, I'm not telling you to be in a relationship with a raggedy woman, but what I'm telling you is, why the hell are we trying to adjust how we function as men? Do you realize there are countless men out here right now that have completely given up on the concept of marriage, don't want to be married because these women out here acting a damn fool? Why are you allowing the behavior of these women to dictate how you operate as a man? They don't run shit. They don't run this world. We do. We do. But see, I'm going to tell you where the problem comes in at. This is where the problem comes in at. The problem comes in where you men are not standing on business. That's where the problem comes in. You men refuse to stand on business. You refuse. You refuse to stand on business. Now, if there's a guy that's a good man and he's with a raggedy chick, I don't expect him to stop being a good man because he's with a raggedy chick. But what I do expect him to do is bring that to a close. I do expect him to put an end to that shit. As far as being with her, I do expect that. But we got to get out of this thing where we are judging men based on how they interact with women, how they treat women, all of that goofy stuff. Because I'm going to tell you the truth, that's not something we did historically. We didn't do that historically. Historically, men were not judged based off of how they treated women. Men were judged based on how they took care of business, how they handled business, how they maintained their household, how they carried their family name. That's how men were judged. We didn't judge men by, we didn't look at a man and say, oh, did you know that Fred has a wife and he's got a side chick? We didn't judge men by who they put their Johnson in. We didn't do that. But you know why we do it today? Because most of us are a bunch of female-raised punks. That's why we do that. They care about that shit. And what they've done is they've convinced us to care about that shit. And we don't know, you don't know how crazy we look. Running around here talking about some, did you know so-and-so got a side chick? So what, nigga? Who cares? Well, he's not being faithful with. Hell out of my face with that. Why do you care who he's being faithful to? Why do you care what? It's just like these dudes on the internet talking about some, y'all don't practice dick discipline. Why are you worried about what a man is doing with his dick? As another grown man. As another fully grown man, why do you care? Why do you care? I'm going to tell you why you care. Because programmed within you is your mama's agenda. And every time you chumps open your mouths all anybody hear is your mama's voice, which is ironic, because one thing I've never been able to figure out is when it comes to other guys, you want to have your mama's voice and you want to have your mama's agenda. In other words, when you see Roland Martin having a side chick, you hear your mama's voice. And then you repeat what your mama would say. Oh, that's a shame he got a side chick. But for some reason, when you got a side chick, you don't hear your mama's voice. When it's you doing the fucking, you don't hear your mama's voice. See, that's the one thing that annoys the crap out of me about brothers is your hypocrisy. You got so much to say about the treatment of women when it's other brothers you're judging. But you don't got that same judgment when you look in the mirror. And I'm here to tell you, when you look in the mirror, whatever you think about yourself is what you should think about other men. So if you look in the mirror and you think it's cool for you to have a side chick, shut the fuck up about everybody else's side chick, nigga. Stop running around here trying to get a pat on the back and female validation. Stop running around here trying to get coochie coupons and Scooby snacks. And that's just real. That's just real. I swear, every time I hear somebody say de-discipline, man, shut up. Shut up. Nobody want to hear none of that. And by the way, we got 22 people and we still need 28 people. And I've been cooking this entire time. Oh, don't even get me started on Ace Metaphor. Don't even get me started on Ace Metaphor. From what I heard, from the rumors I heard, don't even get me started. Yo, we got 22 people. We still need 28 people. And I've been cooking since I fired up this live stream. Look, somebody came in the chat room talking about the last time I was here, this nigga had black hair. Shut your ass up. What a coincidence. What a coincidence that you said the last time you was here, because tonight is the last time you gonna be here, punk. What? Oh, my bad. You can't say nothing in the chat. You can't say nothing in the chat because your ass got booted. Right? What'd you say? Oh, you can't talk no more because you got your privileges revoked. Like I said, yo, we got 22 people so far. We still need 28 people. Support the show before we even move on to the next topic. Because I'm about to cook some more. Y'all know whenever I take a day off, you know I'm gonna come back cooking with fresh grease. I don't know why y'all don't know this. Don't know this, excuse me. We still got a couple of topics. We still got a couple of topics. Yeah, I'm gonna stop cooking until we get some support. What was it 351? Man, by this time we would be over 40. We'd be over 40 contributors by now. We got 23, so we're at 24 people. We got to get to 30 before we get to the next topic. That's for sure. Omar said, I don't blame you, AM. Yo, fam, bro. The way I've been cooking tonight, we should have already reached the goal. That's what's bugging me out. The way I've been cooking tonight, I've been cooking like Benny Hanna's over here, and we still ain't reached the goal. I tell you what I'm about to do. I'm about to turn this timer on. That's what I'm about to do. See, we need one more, and then we're gonna move on to the next topic. As soon as we get one more in there, we moving on to the next topic. Bryn said, I'm a woman and I kicked in 5 times the other day, then again tonight. Not even my turn again. Where are the men waiting on a woman to carry them again? Look, hey, look, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. Bryn's want to know where the men at. She want to know where the men at. And look, Bryn's be putting her money where her mouth is. And I know she don't always agree with me. You feel me? She don't always agree with me, and she still be coming through blessing the channel. You feel me? Where's all the fellas that be feeling like I'm speaking for you? Where's all the fellas that be like, oh, Angryman cooking, Angryman the champion for the fellas? Look, to all the fellas, I show up for y'all. I need y'all to show up for me. It's that simple. Y'all shouldn't be giving the women ammo to talk trash. Y'all should be giving the women ammo to talk trash. You feel me? Let's get to these super chats. Let's see.
It's time for the super chats.
Speaking of, shout out to Bryn's coming through showing love.
That's that Vino energy.
Bryn said, not even my turn again yet, but I'll toss it into the kitty. Appreciate you. Let's see who else we got in the building. Let's see. And for everybody that be donating the jewels, I appreciate the jewels. The only reason I don't call the jewels out is because it be so many of them, but I still appreciate them. Let's see. Shout out to a Burn King in the building again.
That's that Vino energy.
Appreciate your Burn King. Shout out to Jay Locked In. He said, let's get it.
That's that Vino energy.
Appreciate you. Shout out to John. He said, are you going to speak on movie night with you and the wife? The only thing I'll say is that Spider-Man was a good movie. And if you get a chance, go check it out. I really don't want to get into detail about it because I know a lot of people haven't seen it. And I hate that when people do that to me. So I'm not going to spoil it for anybody. But I will say this, it's a good movie. It's a really good movie. It's a really good movie. So definitely go check it out when you get a chance. It is an awesome movie. Shout out to a Burn King for sponsoring the show. Coming through. That boy is good. Burn King said, encourage the ones who disagree and get that stream invite back up. The Wabino Heat. Appreciate you, bro.
That's that Vino energy.
Appreciate you, fam. Shout out to Terrell. He said, thanks for the late night sesh. Let's see. Shout out to Dion. Dion said, Bino here. Great message. Shout out to Tahiri, said support. Shout out to Jerome. He said, for the collection plate. Let's see. Shout out to Jordan. Jordan said, AM out here putting TBA like that dad coming home from work hearing their child got suspended from school for the wrong reason. Appreciate you, bro.
That's that Bino energy.
Appreciate that, fam. Shout out to Demetrius in the building. Shout out to Malcolm. He said, keep up the hard work, AM. And shout out to Jim. He said, for the cooking. Shout out to Leeward. He said, once again, Beano's, we got to get this real paper. Facts. Shout out to everybody that contributed. I appreciate y'all. Real talk, for showing love. Shout out to the fellas for stepping up to the plate. Definitely appreciate you guys. So, we got to talk about this biracial topic. In fact, let me pull up the video for this real quick. Y'all notice when people be doing topics like this and they got various topics, most people need a whole panel to do this. Like, most people gotta have a whole panel, you feel me? But let me play this real quick so y'all can check it out.
Just a reminder that you cannot claim that mixed people aren't black, but then in the same breath say that Obama was our first black president. Because that man had a white mother, yet he was treated like a black person. Just.
Uh-oh. I'm going to play it again. I'm going to play it one more time. Play it one more time before we dive into it.
Just a reminder that you cannot claim that mixed people aren't black, but then in the same breath say that Obama was our first black president. Because that man had a white mother, yet he was treated like a black person. Just.
Now, does she have a point? Does she have a point? How many people in here think that she has a point? Does she have a point? You cannot tell biracial people that they're not black, but then say that Barack Obama was the first black president. Now, I personally believe she has a point. I personally believe she has a point. But there's one part of it that she doesn't understand. I don't think she understands this. When it comes to the conversation of biracialism, right? Here's the reality. The reality is this is one of those black things that is complete hypocrisy. Right? Now, why am I saying it's hypocrisy? Because there are numerous things in the realm of Afrocentrism or pro-blackism or whatever that just doesn't stand up to scrutiny, right? And this is one of them. There's only one reason that they will say that Barack Obama is black and go against their own ideology, because technically in this day and age, they're going to say that if you have one white parent and one black parent, you're not black. That's what's been going around. But see, there's a compromise to be had here. And here's the compromise. Black people will tell you that if you've got one white parent, whether that parent is your father or your mother, they'll tell you that you're not black because they can't benefit from it. So this young lady right here, if she's biracial, I don't know if she's biracial or not, but she pointed at herself, right? If in fact she is biracial, what she doesn't realize is that the reason black people who are not biracial will say that she's not black is because there's no benefit to it. Now, if she was a R&B superstar that they want to take credit for, they'll say, oh, she's black. She's definitely black. Right? She's definitely black. Now, some of you are going to say, well, that's not true because Drake has one white parent and we don't want to claim him. Well, yeah, the only reason you don't want to claim him is because he's been spanking y'all's ass in hip hop. That's the only reason you don't want to claim him. Because you're mad at him. You're mad at him. You want the top rapper to be a dark-skinned brother. And since Drake isn't a dark-skinned brother, but it goes even deeper than that. Part of the reason you don't like Drake being at the top is because he's not a social justice warrior. Now, if Drake was one of those self-hating light-skinned dudes that wanted dark-skinned validation desperately and was out here trying to do everything in his power to be a social justice warrior and an activist, you would love him to death. Same way you love J. Cole. I'm going to say that again because that probably went over y'all's head. The reason why you don't claim Drake is because he's not a social justice warrior. He's not a social justice activist. He's not a puppet for the Democrat Party. And he don't run around here talking about slavery and the struggle and all that other bullshit that y'all love so much. If he did, you would love him like you love J. Cole. That's how J. Cole keeps y'all's love, even though he got a white mama. Let's be real about it. That's the reason I've said this over and over again, and I'm going to keep saying it. This is why J. Cole rides around on a bicycle, or at least he was riding around on a bicycle, dressed like a bum with them dirty locks. Because he's trying his best to look like the struggle so that you won't judge him for having a white mama and ultimately what y'all would claim is white privilege or light privilege. That's the only way. Now, didn't mean to go on a tangent about Drake, but the only time black people will ignore the fact that a quote-unquote black person is quote-unquote biracial is when they can benefit from it. You're never going to hear them refer to Barack Obama as being biracial. Why? Because nowadays, when they say biracial, they say that so that they can make a distinction. They say that so that you can understand fully that that's not a black person. In fact, they would rather call a biracial person white than black in this day and age, right? In this day and time, right? But here's the reality. The reality is you're never going to hear them call Barack Obama biracial. And the reason why you're never going to hear that is because to take away Barack Obama's blackness would mean taking away that win. What win are we talking about? The first black president. See, in order for him to continue being the first black president, black people have made a unspoken agreement amongst each other. Okay? They've made an unspoken agreement amongst each other to overlook the fact that he has a white mama. And guess what? They did the same thing with Bob Marley and his white daddy. You're never going to hear anybody black say that Bob Marley was biracial. Am I lying? Am I lying? Because there's a benefit there. There's a benefit there. There's a benefit there. Any light-skinned person, because we ain't even got to go to biracial, any light-skinned person where there's a benefit, they're not gonna say that person isn't black. They're not gonna say that person isn't black. Prince was light-skinned in a mud. You're not gonna hear nobody say Prince wasn't a black man. Malcolm X was light-skinned. Huey P. Newton was light-skinned. You're not gonna hear nobody say that those aren't black men. Now, they'll call Drake a white boy all day long because they can't use Drake for their purposes. The difference between Drake and every other person that I just named is that Drake does not pander to black people. Drake does not run around here crying about the struggle, acting like everything's the white man's fault. If he did that, you would have never heard no argument from nobody. If Drake was running around here acting like a self-hating, light-skinned brother seeking dark-skinned approval, if Drake was running around here like J. Cole, the moment that Meek Mill said something about Drake having a ghostwriter, y'all would have told Meek Mill to shut the hell up. If Drake was running around here like J. Cole, the moment Pusha T had something to say, y'all would have told him to shut the hell up. How do I know? Because currently right now, y'all are going hard at 38 Special because he has a beef with Jadakiss. And the thing that 38 Special is saying ain't a lie. But because Jadakiss is for the hood, y'all gonna overlook a whole bunch of shit, like the fact that he went to private school. Like the fact that he got both parents in his household. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But what I am saying is, if it's anybody else, you gonna call them all kinds of names because of it. If it's anybody else, you gonna try to label them soft because they come from that background. He went to Cranbrook. That's a private school. And Clarence got both parents. And Clarence's parents have a real good marriage. Let's be real. Let's be real. And now you even got people on the internet acting like 38 Special is weird. Acting like 38 Special ain't got bars. I'm going to tell you right now, to all of you people on the internet right now talking crazy about 38 Special, y'all some weirdos. Y'all some weirdos, like for real, for real. But again, going back to what I said, This is one of the glaring hypocrisies amongst black people. If they cannot benefit you, if they cannot benefit from you, if you're light skinned and they can't benefit from you, if you're biracial and they can't benefit from you, they are going to call you everything but black. Now, if they can benefit from you, or you have some kind of title that they don't want white folk to have, you know, like the king of pop, the best basketball player to ever live, the GOAT, or you know, the greatest R&B singer, or you know, the greatest reggae artist. If you have any type of title that they don't want white folk to have, you could have a black relative in your lineage going back 5 generations, and they'll be like, he black. Now, before you try to say, oh, that's some BS, man, shut up. Y'all was calling Bill Clinton the first black president because he went on Arsenio Hall and played the saxophone and with some shades on, and you heard that he smoked weed. Y'all was calling him the first black president for being a pothead and a musician. That's why I get so insulted and disgusted whenever somebody try to say, Angryman, you ain't black. Y'all be out here giving white folks the black card. But any, you know, and it's sad. It's really sad because I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I've been saying this for a long time. And by the way, to whoever came in here talking about when you came here before, my beard was black. Bro, my beard looked good regardless. My beard looked good if it's dark, if it's red, if it's salt and pepper, my beard look good regardless. Nigga, what we talking about? And it's always somebody coming in here talking about my looks that they ain't even got no profile photo. How you talking about my looks and you ain't even showing your looks? What we talking about? But anyway. Let's be real. This is disgusting. And I'm to the point where, you know what? Let me tell you something. We need to make another group. That's what we need to do. We could solve this shit easily. We could solve it so easily. We need to make another group. That's what we need to do. The same way you got, let's see, you got in the Latin community, you got Mexicans, you got Hondurans, you got Puerto Ricans, you got Cubans, you got Dominicans. Here in America, when it comes to Black Americans, we need to make another group. We need to split the group. We need to classify dark-skinned Black Americans and then light-skinned Black Americans. Just separate. Just make a group. And when I say separate, I don't mean separate in the sense of don't be cool with each other. I mean separate so that you can get rid of this argument over who's who. That's all you gotta do. Because guess what? Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, they don't really rock with each other like that. Except when it comes to being Latino. Now, when it comes to being Latino, they'll be cool with each other when it comes to that. When it comes to Latin culture, if they gotta come together, they'll come together because of the sake of Latin culture. They'll do that. Now, amongst each other, they might have a little differences or whatever and all of that shit. But look, I'm just saying, I've been wanting them to do this for a minute. Just make another group. Just make us light-skinned folks another group. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. But see, I'm gonna tell you where the problem will come in at, right? This is where the problem will come in. If they decided to separate Black Americans, or excuse me, not separate, but categorize Black Americans, and they designated light-skinned people as a new group, dark-skinned people would be like, well, why did they get a new name? Why did they get to be a new group? That's what they would do immediately. Why did they get a new group? And then they'd be somewhere mad because they think that look, bro, let us light-skinned folks have a town that's nothing but light-skinned folks. Let us have a area that's nothing but light-skinned folks with schools that's nothing but light-skinned people. They would be pissed. Bro, they'd be so mad. See, the craziest thing about it, because I know my people. I know my people so well. I know my people. To all of you dark-skinned folks that always got so much to say about light-skinned people, that always got so much to say about biracial people, stop trying to exclude us. Because if we decided collectively to separate from y'all, your feelings gonna be hurt. Now tell me I'm lying. Somebody tell me I'm lying in that statement. I'm going to say it again. To all the dark-skinned Black people, if us light-skinned people got together and decided to separate from dark-skinned people, your feelings are going to be hurt. You're going to be like, well, damn, why y'all don't want to be with us? Y'all don't want to be a part of us? Y'all feelings gonna be hurt. So stop it. Cut the crap. Cut the crap, because you know what's gonna happen? And you really ain't gonna like this. All them niggas y'all be trying to claim, come with us. Bob Marley, Huey P. Newton, Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, Barack Obama, all of them come with us. Y'all be left with, let's see, y'all still got some heavy hitters. Y'all got Denzel. You got Morris Chestnut, Wesley Snipes, Marcus Garvey. Let's see, Bobby Seale. Who else? Khalid Muhammad. Y'all still got some heavy hitters. Don't get it twisted. Y'all still got some heavy hitters, but look, we'll put a major dent in that shit, bro. If we left and took the light-skinned brothers with us, we took the light-skinned coalition with us, shit. We taking a whole lot of people. We taking Chris Brown. We taking Breezy. We taking Chris Brown. We taking we taking Tyrese, and we taking Keith Sweat. We taking Tyrese. We taking Keith Sweat. We taking Wanye from Boys to Men. Everybody like, wait a minute, what you talking about? Those brothers dark skin. Yeah, but they act real light skin. Yeah, but they be acting real light skin. And you know it. They be acting real light skin. And that's what this is all about. Y'all trying to kick us out the diaspora because we light skin. Y'all trying to get us up out of here. Go form your own group. You feel me? Go form your own group. Yeah, and all I got to say is be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. Because if we were classified as a separate group, y'all would be hurt behind that. Y'all would be hurt behind it. Well, and I know it. And I know it because contrary to popular belief, when it comes to Black Americans, light-skinned Black people are not the most sensitive. It's y'all. When it comes to Black Americans, light-skinned Black Americans are not the most sensitive. It's dark-skinned Black Americans. Y'all are the most sensitive. Y'all are the most sensitive. And you need to stop thinking, you need to stop running around with this stereotype that you're tough because you're dark skinned. You do know that comes from racist white people, right? You do know that, right? I hope y'all know that. I'm trying to put y'all on the game. You do know that the idea that you are tougher and more willing to fight and more savage because you're darker skinned, that comes from racist white people. And y'all really need to stop wearing it like a badge of honor. This whole idea that you're not sensitive, it takes away from your humanity. Stop allowing people to rob you of your humanity. Did it ever cross your mind that just maybe people are more willing to hurt your feelings because they think you ain't got none? Did it ever cross your mind? Did it ever cross your mind that maybe, just maybe, people are more willing to hurt your feelings because they think you ain't got none? Bryn said, wait, can we have an exception for Seal? We can pretend he's light-skinned, right? I love Seal. No, first of all, Seal would not go to the dark-skinned side or the light-skinned side because white people got Seal a long time ago. Seal been gone. Ever since Seal did that song for the Batman Forever soundtrack, he been gone. He been gone. White people been conscripted him to be part of the white coalition. He been gone. Ever since he sung something about getting a kiss from a rose on a grave, he been gone. He been gone. What? Look. Seal been gone. Who else? Hootie from Hootie and the Blowfish. Darius Drucker from Hootie and the Blowfish. He been gone. Who else? Black Eyed Peas. They been gone. They've been out of here. They've been out of here. But yeah, this whole this whole biracial thing, like y'all black folk, to the dark-skinned black folk, y'all got to give it a rest. Y'all got to give it a rest. In fact, I think I saw a sister. I think I saw a dark-skinned sister speaking on this very thing. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is right here.
Every time I'm on TikTok and I come across like dark-skinned people talking about mixed people or trying to break down whether whether they should identify as black or what the fuck, I cringe as a dark-skinned person. Like y'all really irritate. Why do you make it your business to make someone else's identity your business? And it's always dark-skinned people. Like, do y'all not see how it looks like a projection of insecurity? Y'all literally got full think pieces breaking down someone else's identity, someone who does not look like you, all based off the premise of what white people still look at you as black. That's always y'all excuse, but y'all swear that y'all don't care about what white people think. Let's dismantle the white man's thought form, but y'all still hold on to the ones that make you feel better. Y'all be living vicariously through mixed people. And I hate to say it, but that's why y'all go and throw these wigs on. And I hate it because a lot of y'all be having on either bonnets or wigs in the video, tapping into mixed people's identity, their looks, while also telling them who they are and what they should identify as. Mind y'all black ass business. Like, can y'all stay in black people, dark skinned people business and leave them folks alone? They are not requesting that dark skinned people speak on their identity and on behalf of them. Shut the fuck up. How can somebody who don't live the experience of somebody else speak on their experience? Y'all have two different experiences. Like, I really want y'all to get the fuck off social media with these lame ass think pieces on light-skinned folks and mixed people. And then I feel like y'all be begging for a community too. Oh, let me project my insecurities online and see who agree with me. Every time I'm
Ooh-wee. She cooked y'all. She cooked y'all. And for the record, right? You want to know what the result of y'all's whole colorism thing is? Press 1 if y'all want to see the result. Because I'm gonna show you the result, and you're gonna be tripping when I show it to you. Press 1 if you want to see the result of what y'all's colorism has done. Check this out. Because black Americans are so focused on who's light skinned and who's dark skinned, and I'm talking about FBA. So for foundational black Americans, those of you whose parents are black and from America, born in America, those of you whose grandparents were born in America, those of you whose great-grandparents were born in America, because you've spent so much time fighting amongst each other, you haven't noticed this. Going all the way back to Step and Fetch It. Going all the way back to Step and Fetch It. That's almost all of Black Hollywood. That's almost all of Black Hollywood. Tabitha said, well, FBA, what you got to say, LOL. Then said, I love it. They good actors to me. Well, you can get your trifling ass out of my chat room. How about that? That's what FBA has to say. Bye. That's what FBA has to say. But see, here's the funny thing. The funniest thing about it is that the problem will be my light skin. That's the problem. And then some of y'all be up here talking about some, oh, they trying to replace us in Hollywood. They ain't trying. They've already damn near accomplished it. They've already damn near accomplished it. And they've been doing it for a while. And then you got the nerve to wonder why the needle hasn't moved. The reason why the needle hasn't moved for Black Americans is because most of the people that have been representing you do not truly have a Black American experience. They have a Black immigrant experience, which is different. It's different. It's different. It is different. It is entirely different. If you have parents that are from some other country, your experience is not the same as ours. It's just not. It just isn't. If your parents came from Jamaica, Haiti, any of the islands, Africa, any of these different places, your experience is different. It's different. It can't be ignored. And it is definitely a tribal thing. It is definitely a tribal thing. And speaking of, let me show you something real quick, because we got a lot of self-hating, light-skinned people running around here. And I got to call it out. And by the way, to everybody watching, we only need 4 more people to get to 40 contributors. So we need 4 more people to get to 40. Right now, we're at 36. We still need 14 people to support the show. We're at 36 contributors, and we still need 14 people to support the show. So let's get to this. Check this out right here. I'm going to show you something. Watch this.
Enough Drake. I have Drake fatigue. Enough Drake. I have Drake fatigue. I'm on the radio. No, I don't think you guys understand. I am a radio DJ.
Right.
For the past 10 years, whether I wanted to or not.
Yeah,
I have to play 5-6 Drake songs every hour.
Because the people wanted Smarty Pants. Holy cow, this girl have a coconut brain. This woman.
I have Drake fatigue to the
Got
fullest.
you.
I didn't want to play these records. I wanted to play the YGs.
You wanted to play the YGs. If I get in my car, right? If I get into my car,
I'm gonna say this, and I feel like this woman has like some Latino in her too. I don't know. I don't know if this is a light-skinned woman or a Latin woman. I don't know. The braids are throwing me off. What is it? The braids? The braids are throwing me off. What do y'all think? Is this a Latin woman? Is this a Mexican woman? Or is this a light-skinned woman that's mixed? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Because, like, bro, in this day and age, you got so many people cosplaying us. It's ridiculous. Half the time, you can't tell. This is a Mexican lady. Okay, cool. So now we got to ask the question, why is she even speaking on our culture? Why is she even, why does this brother have her up here speaking on our culture? And see, the crazy thing is that brother.
Enough Drake. I have Drake fatigue.
Look, this is a brother. Why? I'm on the. See, they'll let her get away with speaking on Drake because they don't like Drake. But why is a Mexican woman speaking on Drake? Now do you see why it's important? Like, now do you see why it's goofy? You feel me? Now you got, like, she's sitting up there with cornrows, speaking on our culture, right? And talking about I wanted to play the YGs. Yo, I'm sorry. At this point in history, I think it's time for us to stop listening to West Coast people when it comes to music. I'm going to just keep it real. I'm going to just keep it real. And y'all can get mad at me if you want. But at this point, I think it's time for us to stop listening to West Coast people when it comes to music. Now, there used to be a time, you feel me, where West Coast folks, they was on it. There used to be a time where they was on it. But nowadays, every time I see somebody from the West Coast doing an interview or on TikTok, on social media, and they talking about G and X was a good album, I'm like, bro, y'all are done. Y'all are cooked. Y'all are cooked. Y'all are cooked because now it's to the point where you're not judging the music based on whether it's good or not. You're trying to be regionally biased. In fact, you know what? I'm going to say this. Kendrick Lamar did to hip hop what Barack Obama did to America. Kendrick Lamar did to hip hop what Barack Obama did to America. Now, for those of you that's trying to figure out what I'm saying is this. Before Barack Obama came along, there was still racism, but it wasn't the way it is now. Barack Obama reinvigorated racism. Kendrick Lamar reinvigorated that West Coast against everybody else crap. Because look, racism had died down before Barack Obama. The West Coast, East Coast shit had died down before Kendrick. Barack Obama reinvigorated racism. Kendrick reinvigorated West Coast against everybody else crap. Like, for real. Wasn't nobody like, yo, the West Coast had got to the point where they was cool with everybody. And this Kendrick shit. But here's my thing, and I can't use this lady as an example because she's Mexican. But regardless, let me say this. Let me say this. I can use J. Cole as an example. I am so sick and tired of self-hating light-skinned people. I'm sick of it. To all of you light-skinned people that jump on the internet and you start caping and all of this crap, tap dancing and all of that crap, right? To get dark skin validation, I'm here to tell you right now, you're never going to get it. You're never going to get it. You're never going to get it. Like, have some respect for yourself. Have some respect for yourself. I don't care how much you cape for dark-skinned people and the plight of dark-skinned people and all of their concerns. It's not going to make them view you any more black than they already view you. Like, for real. It's not, they're not gonna make you do Joe said, I'm out. Nigga, you ain't gotta work, nigga. You ain't gotta announce that you out. But I tell you what, I'll fix it so you ain't gotta worry about ever doing it again. now you ain't gotta announce that you out, my nigga. You feel me? Because the next time you come over here, you won't be. Look, somebody shot me an email today. And I'm going to tell you what the email said, right? I'm not going to say no names. But somebody shot me an email and they said, I sent a PayPal donation a few weeks back saying I can't chat or super chat. I believe for some reason I'm banned from interacting with your YouTube channel. When I go to Anton's, Trey's, or anyone else's, I can chat and get those gems or points for every chat sent. Hopefully you can resolve this issue for me. My name is blah, blah, blah. Thank you for your help and keep cooking. Now, this person may have got banned by accident. That happens from time to time because I got snipers over here, right? But every once in a while, I'll get an email like that. You know why I get an email like that? Because of what just happened. Every once in a blue moon, somebody will come into my chat room and they'll say some slick shit. I might say something that they don't agree with. It might be the one time that I said something they don't agree with. And they'll be like, man, I'm out. Or I'm out. And I'll be like, okay, cool. Don't let the doorknob hit you where the good Lord split you. And then what I do is I fix it so you ain't got to worry about that issue again. And then I'll block you, right? And then you know what happens? Maybe a few weeks later or a month later or something like that, right? They'll be watching my show and I'm talking about something that they agree with. I'm talking about something that they like. And they be like, damn, I can't chat in the chat room. And so what they'll do is they'll email me. Hey, Angry Man, I don't know what happened, but for some reason I can't chat. You know how many times I get an email from somebody saying, I don't know what happened. For some reason I can't chat in your chat room. Look, I'm going to say this right now to everybody watching, right? You don't have to agree with everything that I say. You don't. You your own person. You got your own opinion. You got your own viewpoint. You don't got to agree with everything I say. But here's another thing. The same way you don't got to agree with everything that I say, everything you think don't got to be spoken either. You feel me? So watch your mouth. Because as much as in the moment you try to pretend like you don't give a shit whether I boot you or not, the reality is I have a great show. And I know a lot of you like watching my show. And I know a lot of you like chatting in the chat room. So watch your mouth. Don't jump in my chat room saying nothing crazy. Because I don't play over here. I'm not like everybody else. Everybody else will let y'all talk crazy in their chat room because they so terrified that if they block you, it's going to mess with their numbers. I don't give a fuck about the numbers. Don't come in here talking crazy to me and you'll be able to chat as much as you want to chat. But if you bring your ass in here talking crazy to me, either I'm going to get you up out of here or one of my snipers going to get you up out of here. In fact, this is what I'm going to start doing because I don't like people playing in my face. I don't like people playing in my face. Hold on, watch this. Okay, so I need to make a record that I can keep in the vault because when I'm live on my show, from time to time, there are certain people that will come into my chat room and they make little snide comments and say little slick things, or sometimes they just get upset because they don't agree with what I'm saying in the moment on that particular show. And so what ends up happening is they end up getting banned from the chat room. Now, I don't remember every single person that gets banned from my chat room. And to go into the ban list, it's an endless amount of people. I can't really scroll through, and it doesn't, and I don't remember why these people got banned. So what happens is from time to time, I'll get an email from somebody saying, "Hey, Angryman, I can't chat in your chat room, and I don't know why." And sometimes I'm like, you probably got banned for talking slick, but I can't remember why they got banned because I don't always recognize the name. So this is what I want to do. I want to make a list of the names of people who I banned from my chat room that you can keep in the vault. That way, if somebody sends me an email, you can check the name against the list to see if they were one of the people that got booted for talking slick. The person that just got booted today is named Doe Joes 24. That's capital D O, capital J, capital O, capital E, capital S 24. That's the first name on the list. Put that name on the list for me, please. Y'all gonna stop playing in my face. Come over here talking slick and then wait for a month and then shoot me an email talking about I don't know what happened, but for some reason I can't I can't chat in your chat room. Okay. I got you. I got you. Let's see. What did Claude say? I'll create a ban list record in your vault. Let me first confirm the vault path and check whether a ban list exists. No existing ban list. I'll create one. This is a vault record. So it goes in the vault. Done. Created. No, you spelt it wrong. We want to make sure we spell it correctly. Because Cat's going to stop playing in my face. gonna stop playing in my face. You gonna stop playing in my face. Cause I don't got time to be playing no games. I don't got time. And now I got the power of AI. Oh, you definitely ain't playing in my face now. You definitely ain't playing in my face now. For real. For real, for real. Mm-hmm. Okay, so moving forward, whenever I have a name for the band list, I'll just say I have a new name for the band list. So, yo, we need 3 more people before we move on to the next topic, which is Melissa Ford. We got to talk about Melissa Ford and her trying to relive her glory days. So we need 3 more people to get to 40. We need 2 more people. We need 2 more people. 2 more people. 2 more people. What's going on, Burnell? What's good with you? Yo, shout out to my man Burnell in the building. My bad. Shout out to Burnell. And as you all know, because my man Burnell has been a super sponsor, we got to show Burnell some special love. Shout out to Burnell, the one and only guy on my channel that has been a super sponsor numerous times. Shout out to the brother. He says, salute fam, dropping in real quick to see my custom video. Great content, keep cooking. Yes, sir.
That's that. That's that. Be no energy. No energy.
In fact, let's drop that video one more time. Yes, sir. Anybody that becomes a super sponsor will get a custom video like that. And every time you come through and drop a sponsorship, I will play your custom video. Real talk. But shout out to him. Appreciate you, bruh. Let's get to these super chats so we can move on to the next topic, which is Melissa Ford. Let's see.
It's time for the Super Chats.
Let's see. Shout out to Brins dropping some mo bread. Said, I don't agree with you all the time. I do agree with you most of the time, but I respect you all of the time. And I appreciate it, Brins.
That's that. That's that. Be no energy. No energy.
Appreciate you. Let's see who else we got in the building. Let's see. Shout out to Xavier. Xavier said, damn, y'all got Sade too.
That's that. That's that. Vino energy.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shout out to Rob coming through. Appreciate you, Rob. And shout out to Andre. Andre said, love the show. Appreciate you. Let's see. So let's pull up this video from Melissa Ford. My bad. So let's pull this video up. Miss Melissa Ford.
Boy, did he make me pay for that. My career made me very visible, very visible. And not only was I visible, I was also the object of many men's desires. And a lot of those men were his friends. A lot of those men were,
I know that journey.
Were the men that he worked with. And they openly discussed me, knowing he was my man. And guess who got it? Guess who got all the anger and the frustration? He didn't check them and say, yo, dog, that's my woman you're talking about. Shut the fuck up. He didn't do that. He came home and argued with me and accused me of all kinds of I didn't even have the time to do. I'm working. And to try to like ease the situation, I tried to bring him everywhere I was so that he could see how professional I was all the time and that I don't have eyes for anybody but you. And when he would see the way that these men would react to me, it only made him angrier. So forget the money that I was making. Why did he make?
Oh, boy, 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 boy. Boy, 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 boy. So, what did I tell y'all? And this wasn't even me. I don't even know that much about Melissa Ford. I couldn't tell you what video Melissa Ford was in. I have absolutely no idea. I don't remember her. I don't remember but then again, I really didn't pay attention to quote unquote video vixens. I really didn't pay attention to video 304s, right? But I called it. Bro, this is a new hustle for women that are post-wall. They can no longer get attention for being young and beautiful and desired and sought after. So now what they do when they're post-wall is they get attention from talking about when they were desired. So now, every time you see Melissa Ford, she's going to be talking about her glory days. And look, to all the fellas in here, y'all know what this is. This is a old, you ever been around an old dude that's like he used to be a kingpin, or he used to get money and now he's old and washed up, and all he ever talk about is the glory days and how he used to get bread and how he was the first person on his block to have this particular car. And man, I was getting it back in the day, man. Bro, my thing is this: we don't let dudes get away with that. So why are we letting women get away with that? We don't let dudes get away with that. Why we let women? Like, because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. We don't let dudes get away with that. And keep in mind, when a guy is talking about his past, he's talking about things he's earned. So when there's a guy that's like a ex-kingpin, we don't want to hear the war stories, but at least it's something that he earned. You feel me? Because that's not no easy thing to do. It's not easy to be a kingpin. It's not easy to be ducking the law and all of that. It's not easy to be ducking the stick-up kids and all of that. Like, whenever an older man is talking about what he used to do in his younger days, we know whatever he did, if he had any type of name, if he was if he was an athlete, it's kind of like Al Bundy when he talks about his 4 touchdowns in a single game. Like, everybody can get mad at him, but he got those 4 touchdowns in a single game. Why are we listening to chicks talk about something they got that they didn't earn? Like Melissa Ford's like, back in the day when I used to get all of this attention, that's not something you earned. That's not something you earned. I'm sorry. Being beautiful is not something you earned. It's not. It's like you were born and genetically you were attractive. And so because you were attractive, you got a lot of attention that you didn't have to work for. Like, nothing is more laughable to me. But matter of fact, I'm wrong. The only thing more laughable than a woman bragging about how much attention she got because she was born genetically attractive is women who brag about how sexy they are when they went and got cosmetic surgery. That's the only thing more laughable. Like on that Ray Shrimnerd song when Nicki Minaj is like, ass fat? Yeah, I know. What you mean? That ain't your booty? Like the only thing worse than a woman bragging about her booty that she got genetically is a chick bragging about a booty she went and bought. Either way, you didn't, bro. This is some goofiness, bro. This is goofiness. Like, she's sitting there, bro, I need you to think about this. I need you to really think about this. She's sitting there with glasses on, trying to look as professional as possible, talking as if, like, she's talking like she was a tenured professor. She's talking like she had some career in academia. She's talking like she, discovered, like she's Tony Stark, like she discovered a new element. You went to video shoots, got half naked, they oiled you up, and you bent over cars. Like, what are we talking about? Like the crazy, yo, if I was Corinne Steffens, I've said this before and I'm gonna say it again. If I was Corinne Steffens, I would be heated. That's probably what Melissa Ford is mad about. If Corinne Steffens would have been 21 in this era, she would run the game. What game am I talking about? The stripper culture / 304 / whatever you want to call it. If Superhead, if Corinne Steffens would have been 21 in this era, she would have been Brittany Renner times 100. She would have been, bro. She would have been Thanos. She would have been the female Thanos with all the freaking infinity gems. And she got to be upset about that. She got to be upset about that because she came out in an era where we treated them like what their profession is. And nowadays, you got Melissa Ford sitting there on a freaking podcast every time you look up, talking like an intellectual. She's not an intellectual. What are we doing? What are we doing? And everybody's like, yo, I knew she was going to get kicked off of the Joe Budden pod. She shouldn't have been on there in the first place. Why was she there? Why was she there? And every time I see her on a podcast, all she's doing is whining about the fact that she's old. That's all she's doing. That's all she's doing. Like every time I see her on a podcast, all she's doing is whining about the fact that she's old. She doesn't say it like that, but that's what I hear every time she opens her mouth. It's like every time she opens her mouth, it's like, if I wasn't old, I'd be running the game right now. That's what it feels like she wants to say. And the funny thing is, she's where Brittany Renner is headed. Because somebody, please, you know what? Matter of fact, I'm tired of the mystery. Somebody tell me, what music video was she in? What music video was she in? And by the way, I hate the fact that Drake called her a legend from the 6. I hate that. I hate that. And believe, trust and believe, I don't believe that Drake believes that. I don't believe that he thinks she's a legend. That's just the cost of driving that wedge between her and the Joe Budden podcast. That's what that was. That's what that was. He don't think she's a legend from the 6. He just had to put that in there to butter her up enough to get her to turn against Joe Budden and them. And I don't know if y'all noticed or not, but the moment he said that on that song, it's like the clock started ticking. And I told y'all, how many of y'all was here when I said that? How many of y'all was here when I said, yo, when Drake said she was a legend from the 6, hate to see you with a D sucker, I said, watch, she ain't gonna be on that show too much longer. How many of y'all remember I said that? Let's see. Jada Kiss, Knock Yourself Out. I ain't even really watched that video like that. Okay, so let me ask this question. Was she a quote unquote, they keep saying video vixen. In my day, it was called video hose. Is she one of those chicks that was popular in the early 2000s? Was she popular in like the early 2000s? Yeah, Drake gassed her up with that line, but he only gassed her up he knew what he was doing. Drake knew exactly what he was doing. He gassed her up to drive a wedge between her and Joe Budden. He did that on purpose. Okay, cool. That's why I don't know who she is then. Because whether y'all believe this or not, from 2000 to probably like 2003, I refused to listen to rap music. Like from 2000 to 2003, I didn't really listen to rap music like that. Like around that time, that was around the time I was going through my spiritual phase, right? So around that time in my apartment, I was in my first apartment. I had, feng shuied my apartment out, and I only wanted positive vibes. So I wasn't listening to I wasn't trying to listen to no rap music. I was mostly listening to like neo soul and stuff like that. And R&B. I was trying to stay away from rap music. So I definitely wasn't watching rap videos. I definitely wasn't watching rap videos. You feel what I'm saying? Omar said, yo, what? Bro, you know what I'm talking about. Everybody, when they're young, they got that phase where they try to freaking, tap into spirituality and shit. You know what I'm saying? They try to, that phase when you try to meditate and get your chakras aligned and all of that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Is that AM was wearing them hats that Common be. No, I wasn't doing all of that. I was still dressing the same way. You feel what I'm saying? I was still dressing the same way. I wasn't wearing them goofy hats that Common wear. I wasn't I wasn't at poetry slams snapping and shit. Like I wasn't doing none of that. But no, I was tired of rap. And that was the beginning of me getting to where I am today, because around that time, that's when I started thinking to myself, like, well, maybe I'm getting the outcomes that I'm getting in life because I keep consuming negativity. I keep consuming negative music. You know what I'm saying? So around that time, that's when I kind of stopped listening to rap. I stopped watching negative things on TV. Like I tried to immerse myself in positivity and things that things that I felt were good. You feel what I'm saying? Things that I felt were good. You know what I'm saying? So there was that era. So I definitely wasn't watching no videos with Melissa Ford. And then, matter of fact, let me pull up that video. Let me pull up that video and see if I can find her in the video. Let's see. Jada Kiss. Knock Yourself Out. Let's see. Let's mute this joint. Yeah, I definitely didn't watch this video. I definitely didn't watch this video. Because I don't even remember this video. When did this video come out? Oh, I do remember her. I do remember her. The Wall is cold-blooded, bro. Oh my God, The Wall is cold-blooded. Jesus Christ. Oh my, bruh. We might have to play taps behind this, bruh. We might have to play taps behind. Hold on for a second. Hold on. I got it muted so we can show the video because it's muted. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Y'all gotta, we gotta, y'all gotta see this to believe it. Oh my God. All right, y'all got her. Look, y'all take a mental note right now. Take a mental note of her right now. You got a mental picture.
My career made me very.
You got a mental picture, right? Mental picture, okay? Bruh. The Wall is undefeated. The Wall is undefeated. What are we talking about? Bruh, keep that picture in your mind. Keep that picture in your mind. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, bro. Hold on 1 second, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is crazy. Ah, bruh. Sweet Jesus. Sweet Jesus on the cross. Oh my God. Oh. Bruh. Oh my God. Oh, sweet Jesus. Sweet Jesus. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel. Take the wheel. Oh, 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 Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh, let's try one more time. Let's try one more time. One more time. One more time. Let's try one more time. Just one more time. One more time. Oh, oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh Lordy. Oh Lordy. Oh Lordy. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now I see why she's so upset. Mm, mm, mm. The wall is cruel. The wall is cold-blooded. I know why I didn't see this video like that. This was also around that time that I was getting to that paper. I was outside. You feel me? I was outside grinding. You feel me? I was getting to that. Yeah. So that's why she feeling herself. Cause she wasn't just one of them video 304s. You know how you have a bunch of them in there. She was like the main attraction in that video. That's why her ego is out of control. That's what that is. That's what that is. Is there any other? What other videos was she in? Was she was in Big Pimpin'? What other videos was she in? You said she was always the featured girl? You know, that's why she got that mentality. That's why she got that freaking mentality. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I don't see her. Oh, there she go. Is that her right there? If that's her, that's it's even worse. If that's her, it's even worse, bruh. Hold on. If that's her, it's even worse. Is that her? Fellas, is that her? Damn. That's even worse, bruh. That's even worse. Oh my God. That's even worse. Oh my God. Oh. But I tell you what. She is not the baddest chick in videos back then. So even though she got that little ego on her, look, let me show you something. I'm going to show you fellas something real quick. Hold on. I'm going to show you something. And when I show you this, I don't want to hear nobody talking no smack. Let's see. Well, let me show you something. Let's fast forward. 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 Hold on. Let's fast forward. Bow. Broader. Hold on. Broader. Brother. Yeah. But again, like I said, even with her, like she's bragging about something that's not, it's not an accomplishment, right? It's not an accomplishment. It's just you were blessed to be born with good looks. And Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bro, that's crazy, bro.
A lot of those men were,
I know that journey.
My career made me very visible. Very visible. And not only was I visible,
it's like a spell. It's like It's like, you ever see them movies where they have the glamour spell? You know how witches have that glamour spell where they cast a spell on them, like they'll have like some kind of amulet or something, and it makes them look beautiful. And then if you smash the amulet, then it shows their real, like, it's like the lady in red. Remember on Game of Thrones? Remember the lady in red when she took that freaking when she took that necklace off? Bruh. That's nasty work, fam. Oh my God. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder you feel some type of way, Melissa Ford. I'm pretty sure back then you was getting treated like gold. I'm pretty sure back then, like, yo, you know the only sad part about it? You know the only sad part about it? Back then, she was supposed to bag her a multi-millionaire baller. Like, she was supposed to get up with some dude that had so much damn money she would never need money again. Messed it up. Trying to prove to the world, I got my own career and I got my okay. You should have cashed out. You should have cashed out early. You feel me? Yo, we still need 8 people. We about to get to the main topic, which is the in-between. We about to get to the main topic. We still need 8 people to support the show. We need 8 people to support the show. We need 8 people to support the show so we can wrap this thing up. Oh my God, we almost on 6 hours. What is going on, y'all? What is going on, y'all? Let's get to this last topic because I'm not trying to go over 6 hours. That's for sure. That is for certain. I'm not trying to go over 6 hours. So let's get to this last topic, right? So I'm gonna play this video. This is one of them videos from what do you call that thing?
My opinion.
This is one of the videos from Jubilee, right? And so y'all know these videos. These are the videos where it's like one person versus 20 people or whatever, right? So it's Officer Tatum versus a bunch of, I guess, pro-black people or liberal people or Democrats. I don't know, right? And by the way, DL Hughley done did a whole podcast with some other people. He done went and got professional with it. He over there still crying. And look, what Officer Tatum said the other day, it must have really got under DL Hughley's skin because he over there crying like a whole baby over there. You was a fan of mine. I wasn't a fan of yours. Blah, blah, blah. Like, bruh, let it go. Just let it go, bruh.
In my opinion, you cannot judge slavery and act as if black people even had a fair chance in the first place.
That's what I'm talking about here.
Let's look at it like this. This is an environment and a dispensation of time where slavery was a fact and a reality around the world.
And we live under capitalism,
so
right?
Let me explain. It's a fact pattern around the world. So it's not like it was somehow uniquely.
Oh, it was very unique to the West.
It's not uniquely in the United States of America.
Chattel slave.
Now, I'm not going to play that whole thing because I don't know how Jubilee get down, right? I know they'll never have me on their show. I know that, right? And I'm gonna keep saying that. Like a lot of people be like, "Oh, Angry Man, why you keep?" I'm gonna keep bringing it up. I'm gonna keep saying it. I'm gonna keep saying it because I gotta point out. I gotta point out the glaring hypocrisy in the BS. Right. So here's my question to everybody watching. Right. Every once in a while, they'll have one of these shows where it's some conservative versus 20 people or a bunch of people, right? And a lot of times it'll be a black conservative. And you'll have all of these black people that are pseudo pro-black people, right? And you'll get why I call them pseudo pro-black people, right? So right now you got Officer Tatum sitting up there, and all of them black people that's up there are pseudo pro-black people. They're gonna give you the talking points about racism, about chattel slavery, about the history of slavery, about where racism came from, all of that, all in an attempt to try to prove that Officer Tatum is a quote-unquote sellout, right? That's what this whole purpose of this is. And I just got one question. Because it's just like whenever I talk about Officer Tatum, there's always some niggas in the chat room that want to say, oh, Officer Tatum this, Officer Tatum that. Here's my question. My question is this. Why is it never 20 pro-black, hotep, Afrocentric, whatever you want to call it? Why is it never 20 people versus some ignorant ass hood nigga? Matter of fact, let me make it even easier for you, right? The other day, I had an epiphany. And this was the epiphany that I had, right? I said to myself, I'm like, why is it a lot of these black media? In fact, I said it on my live stream. That's where I got the idea for this show, right? So the other night I was sitting outside on the patio doing a live stream, and this is what I said to y'all. I said, I finally figured out why these black media outlets don't want to interview me. I said, it's because I'm not an ex-convict. I never went to prison, right? And then I went further in detail and I said, you ever notice that all of these black media outlets love to interview ex-convicts? They love to interview niggas that was in and out of jail and niggas that went to prison. Remember I said that? Somebody came in the chat room right after I shut down the stream and started playing the outro. Somebody came in the chat room and they was like, it sounds like to me you want respect from degenerates. No, that's not what it's about. What it's about is me asking the question, why is it now that we have independent black media outlets on YouTube that are podcasts, why is it they only want to show the worst of us and their opinions? And it made me think about where I fall in the black culture landscape. And where I fall is where a lot of you fall. Okay? You're not degreed enough, intellectual enough, or bourgeoisie enough to be on shows like Roland Martin and or Club Shay Shay or whatever, right? You're not linked in with the right people to be on those shows. But you're also not ghetto enough to be on the Real Street Stars and Say Cheese and all of that crap. Why is it our culture has something against the regular black person, the regular balanced black person? You know, the black people that listen to rap music and know the lyrics, but we don't go out here and try to act out the lyrics. You know, the black people that understand what racism is and can spot it if we see it, but we don't run around playing the race card for every little thing. The black people that don't fit the stereotypes. Because this is the interesting thing to me. The interesting thing to me is that black people will get upset when white people stereotype them. If a white cop assumes that you're a gang member or a criminal, if a white cop pulls you over and he's all nervous and he's got his gun drawn and you say, well, officer, why do you have your gun drawn? Because you could be a gang member. You could be like, you know, all of that. A black person will get offended by that white cop making those assumptions. And my question is this: why are black people getting offended when white people make certain assumptions and stereotype you when you literally stereotype other black people? You do realize that we stereotype each other. In fact, not only do we stereotype each other, but we use it as a measuring stick. We use it as a qualifier or a disqualifier to our blackness. It's like the video I showed you the other day where the dude was like, y'all need to stop talking about y'all money because that don't mean you a real nigga. Do you realize that everything that makes you a real nigga is all of the things that white people believe when it comes to a stereotype of black people, and it's the very thing that makes them scared of you and want to lock you up? So the thing that black people are angry about when it comes to how white people stereotype us is the same things that we use amongst each other as the qualifications for being a real nigga. But y'all gonna tell me ain't nothing wrong. See, I get why y'all don't want to debate me about this topic. I get why y'all don't come over here wanting that smoke. Because you're going to end up looking like a complete ass. White cop or white person sees black people walking down the sidewalk. White person says, oh my God, it's black people. They might rob me. They might shoot me. They might beat me up. They're probably going to do something violent to me. Black people, if they hear that, they'll say, oh my God, that's so racist. Why are you assuming that? Why are you assuming that just because some black men are walking down the sidewalk, they're gonna rob you, they're gonna shoot you, they're gonna beat you up, they're gonna be violent to you? Why are you assuming that? Same black people in a disagreement with other black people. You don't know who you dealing with. I'm about that action. I'm a shooter for real, and I don't care about none of it. I'll beat your ass because I'm a real nigga. Just tell me when I'm wrong. Tell me when I'm wrong. You want white people to not assume that you are the thing that you actually pride yourself on. You do know that white people listen to rap music. You do know that white people see us on social media, how we act and how we speak and how we talk. You do know that, right? So why would you get upset that they are making an assumption about you that you've already advertised? In fact, it's not even an assumption at that point. It's really them being good listeners. It's really them believing you are what you say you are. So again, when you have all of these pro-black people, why is it I have never seen 20 pro-black individuals that are all about the betterment of the community? Why is it you ain't never asked one of these niggas out of prison that gets interviewed by real street stars and interviewed by Say Cheese TV? Why y'all ain't never asked one of them niggas to sit in that chair like Officer Tatum so you could ask him why they perpetuating the negative stereotype that got cops pulling us over and pulling their handguns out? Why haven't y'all made one of them niggas sit down in that chair so 20 of you pro-black, well-to-do black folks can ask them, why are you perpetuating this negative image of our community? Why are you engaging in the activity that you're engaging in? See, this is the real question. Why is it you pro-blacks always got smoke for black conservatives, but you ignore these niggas in the hood robbing, stealing, gang banging, and drug dealing? I bet you can't now one of them answer that question. Not one of them. Not a single solitary one of them can answer that question. I'm going to tell you why you would never do it. See, here's the thing. When you sit in front of Officer Tatum, it's easy for all of you pro-black, black folk, 20 of you, to question him and try to make him look like a sellout while you make yourself look like you pro-black. Because in that moment, you and the ghetto niggas agree. See, the ghetto niggas will watch you talk to Officer Tatum and they'll agree with you. Because when it comes to the pro-black black people and the hood black people, the one thing y'all have in common is you all identify with the struggle. And you all believe that everything is the white man's fault. And you all believe that any black person that doesn't think those things is a sellout. So you agree. Problem is, if you were to take one of those hood ass ex-convict niggas and sit them in Officer Tatum's seat, and you started questioning them about the hood, they gonna call you the sellout. And then we're gonna see where the real problem is with the black community, because I guarantee you, if you pro-black and you just live a normal life, that hood nigga gonna tell you you a sucker and you a sellout because you don't smoke weed, you don't drink liquor, you ain't got no felony, you ain't keeping it real. And I would love to see how y'all would respond to that. How do you respond to that? How would you pro-blacks respond to the hood nigga telling you you a damn sellout? Because the hood nigga's mentality is F the law, we should be engaging in anarchy and all of that. That's his mentality. That's why he don't got no problem selling drugs. That's why he don't got no problem shooting and doing none of that stuff. I want to see what you pro-blacks are going to say to him. But see, you ain't going to say nothing to him. Because to be truthfully honest, you a bunch of cowards. You would talk all that shit to conservative black people because you know conservative black people are law-abiding. You know conservative black people are going to try to maintain their composure. You ain't going to say nothing to Pookie because you know he'll jump across that table and punch you in your face. You know Pookie will get active. You know he'll get violent. That's why you don't say nothing to him. You don't say nothing to him because you know he'll get violent, and you don't want to expose the real problem with our community. The real problem with our community ain't the Officer Tatums. It ain't the conservative black man. The real problem with our community is that hood-ass nigga that you scared to check. That's the real problem with our community. The real problem with our community is the Pookies running through the hood that you are terrified to correct. That's the real problem. That's the real problem. And see, somebody like me, I'm not in either one of them categories. I'm in the middle. What I'm trying to figure out is why is it we believe black people have to live in extremes? Why do we have to live in extremes? Why can't we be regular, normal people? Like, I'll give you a prime example. I'll be sitting here wearing a Nautica shirt, right? Somebody will come in here and they'll be like, what you wearing Nautica for? It ain't the 90s, Angry Man. Why do you give a damn what shirt I got on? Have you ever seen anybody go to a white guy's podcast and say, what you doing with that shirt on? That's a shirt from, if a guy has on a Led Zeppelin shirt, if a white guy got on a Led Zeppelin shirt. Do you think anybody's going to come to that chat room and say, why do you have on a Led Zeppelin shirt? No. And the reason why is because we don't try to define white guys by stereotypes. They're allowed to just be a person. They're allowed to be a person. But when it comes to black people, we got to try to fit each other into stereotypes. Niggas is trying to, ever since I've been on YouTube, niggas been trying to figure out what I am. Are you a hood nigga? Are you a street nigga? Are you a educated lame? Or are you a geek? I'm a person. A normal person. Why do I gotta fit into one of those boxes in order for you to understand who I am, you ignorant ass nigga? I was on a panel with somebody and it was like, oh, you just love New York because you one of them New Yorkers because you every time I see you, you got on a Yankees hat. Why you ain't got on no North Carolina hat? You live in North Carolina. Because I'm a Yankees fan, you dumbass. Did it ever cross your mind I'm not wearing a New York hat because it's a New York hat? Maybe I'm wearing it because I'm a fan of the Yankees team. Has that ever crossed your mind? Has it ever crossed your mind? What that guy said the other day is 100% true. It is exhausting being an intelligent black person that understands things. It is exhausting. It's exhausting. We're not allowed to be regular people. If I'm a black guy and I'm tattooed, I must belong to a gang. Can't be that I just like tattoos. Can't be that. If I listen to rap music and I can recite the lyrics to it, that must mean that I'm some sort of degenerate. Or here's the other one. Here's the other one. You don't have to respect me as a man because I don't have a felony and I've never been to prison. This is how bad it gets with black people. Black people are so goofy that they think if you ain't never went to jail or you ain't never went to prison, they can disrespect you. I got news for you. There are people out here right now in this world that have never been arrested, never went to jail, never went to prison. And if you disrespect them, they will kick your ass up and down the block. I got news for you. Going to jail is not a marker for whether you can actually fight or not. There's people that go to jail all the time that can't fight. There's people that never go to jail that can fight. This is how bad it is with black people. In fact, let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you how bad it is. I'm going to tell you how bad it is. This is how bad it is. The peer pressure to be a street qualified hood nigga is so bad that dudes be feeling left out if they had never went to prison or never been shot. Let that sink in for a second. Let that sink in for a second. the peer pressure to be certified is so bad that dudes be feeling like they were left out because they never went to prison and never been shot. You got dudes out here that want to have a battle scar like getting shot just so they can say they've been through something. This shit is sad. It's sad, but like I said, they ain't never gonna question any of them about their foolishness. They ain't never gonna question any of that crap. But they'll definitely try to question a freaking a black conservative and tell a black conservative he not supposed to. Here's the funny thing. I've never, there's been so many times that I've been on panels where I've said that I'm a street nigga, or I used to be a street nigga, that I've said I used to hustle. You know what I've never heard anybody say? You're not supposed to be a street nigga. I've never heard nobody say you're not supposed to be a street nigga. I've never heard nobody say you're not supposed to be a hustler. I've never even heard nobody say you're not supposed to be a nigga. But you know what I have heard? I've heard people say, why are you conservative? I've heard people say you're not supposed to be conservative. I've heard people say, why are you proud of being an American? I've never heard nobody say, why are you proud of being a gangbanger? Have you ever seen any one of these dudes that's gangbangers on a podcast and somebody said to him, why are you proud of being a gangbanger? Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen it? My question is this: why is it these black media outlets do not interview normal black people? Why is it always got to be a drug dealer, a freaking a person from prison? Why does it got to be that? A gangbanger? Why? See, this is when I figured out why, out of all of the people, they don't ask me to be interviewed. I figured it out. You either got to be a black person with a title or a black person with a record. You got to be one of the two. You got to be one of the two. You either got to be a black person with a title or a black person with a record. If you're not either one of those things, they're not talking to you. They're not talking to you. They're not having no conversation with you. But anyway, we need 6 more people to reach the goal. I'm not sure we're going to get those 6 people. And we are past 6 hours. And I'm at that stopping point. You feel me? But let's get it. Let's get it.
It's time for the Super Chats.
Yo, shout out to Lando B76. He said, keep working your magic, bruh. Respect and appreciate you.
That's that. We know energy.
Shout out to Chris, said just got the book today. Appreciate the content. Keep cooking. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Pard, said she had a hard life, AM. Word. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Martin. He said, I hear you, AM. You were spiritual, not a Love Jones ass ninja finger snapping at poetry slams. That's hilarious. Appreciate you, fam. Hey, you want to know what's crazy? If I was the angry man and I did, say, a 5-year prison bid or some shit, I would have been interviewed by all of these freaking black media outlets. Like, real talk. If them niggas knew for a fact that I had went to prison or something crazy like that, they would have been interviewed me. They would have been done it. Like, for instance, you look at Charleston White. Everybody say, oh, they talked to Charleston White because he was an activist. When Charleston White was an activist, they ain't talked to him. When he was just strictly an activist, they ain't talked to him. The moment he started cutting up and doing stuff to go viral, then they started talking to him. Plus, he's been to prison. Shout out to Martin again. Martin said, you wilding on Melissa Ford with that sound effect, AM. It's vastly approaching seeing B. Renner as Gadget Hack Wrench. Hack Wrench. This is AM After Dark. Appreciate you, bro. Man, look. Shout out to everybody that came through, man. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me. It's been real, but I got to get up out of here. I'm going to holler at you guys later. Deuces.
The session is closed. The board is dismissed.
I gave you the blueprint, now go build a estate. Stop arguing with broke, man, stop debating with fate. We don't negotiate value, we dictate the price. You watch the show for free, I just gave you a slice. But the real ones know where the equity lives. We taking everything, we got nothing to give. The manual is waiting, you know where it's at. This ain't a gamble, it's a guaranteed bet.
Build, protect, lead. Go and plant the seed. Build, protect, lead. That's the code we need. Go to the side, secure the command. The Angryman Channel, the standard of the land.
The Angryman.com.
Get the shirt, get the book.
Start watching, start working. We up.
The session is closed. The board is dismissed.